As work would say, I just took a quick bio break. TMI, I'm sorry. Get my camera fixed here. Okay, hi Lindiana. Hi Jacqueline. How you guys doing? I'm trying to get my awful ceiling. Sorry, I just ran upstairs and ran back downstairs. Catch my breath real quick. Okay. It's her Slouch, Simplistic Slouch shoulder bag. I didn't put the word slouch in it. So that's my bad. It's the one that Alexis just came out with this week. I seen it on Shanova's YouTube page, and I immediately had to go buy it. I love a good slouch bag. This is a good size bag. I'll show you the base here in just a second. I'm trying to put a full bobbin in my machine. I had a little under a half of a bobbin, so I went ahead and threw a full bobbin in. But anyway, I'll show you this base. Here it is. She's a big bottom. 6 feet worth. I did a little got a little creative on this bottom. Yeah, it is very cold in here, and that's another reason why I'm here on Sunday afternoon doing the live. It's so cold, and the snow we got yesterday into last night into whatever, I don't know. They did canceled church today, so I was available, and so I thought, well, today would be a perfect day to go live because I can predict the time, as well as not have to worry about trying to do one this week with work and everything. So yeah, I got a little creative, and honestly, you guys, this space is big enough you can get creative with it rather than just doing like the one line. I thought we'd do the 2 lines. So I got that all done, obviously. I've been trying to get some prep work done. I did get the shoulder strap done, except for the ends, the little strap ends. I didn't get those on, which we won't do those on live because that takes too long, and we don't want to waste time with that. I mean, these are just they're the nice ones. They're not the cheap ones. These are the nice ones. I think it's like, I don't even remember how much I paid for these, but they're the real nice ones. And then you basically will put these where it's the nice side out, because there's a ridge side and then the smooth side, and you put those in each of these little ends here like this, and then you just screw them in like that, and it gives it a nice finish. And it's thank you, Diane. And it gives you a nice finish. Now, of course, you don't have to do it. You could leave it raw. You could even maybe put like a little vinyl strap end on it. Honestly, you can do either way, but this makes it real pretty. So I'll do if we get through this, which, you know me, I mean, like when I tell my husband I'm only gonna be a couple hours, he knows good and well I'm gonna be at least 3 hours, because I'm gonna try not to make this 3 hours though. So, and it's a simple bag, not a ton of pieces to go over or to do it, but I like this. I love the split strap. It's really, really neat. Now, this looks like a short strap. Remember, though, it's a slouch bag. So, once you get it together and that center slouches like that, then you'll have that open space to put your arm through. Yeah, I really like it too, Jacqueline. I think it is. It's really, really nice style. Let me show you the picture real quick in case you haven't seen the picture. I'm sorry. This is the picture of it. Seeing that nice little slouch there? It's really neat bag. And if you look on the side there, you barely see it in the picture, but if you look really close, she's got 2 side pockets. Really cool. But she's got like a little long strap to attach to the zipper. So you've got like that little dangly thing on the side. I'm doing that as well. I didn't get these prepped, so we'll do these. These are part of step 1. So I'm going to do these real quick. That'll be the first thing we did, since I already did the base and the strap. Let me get these out of the way. And it's an O-ring top. You got those O-rings. Those are pretty cool. You can do O-rings, gate rings, whatever you want. And then there's no interior pockets. Basically because it's such a slouch, because it's a slouch pattern. I mean, you could probably put oh no, I'm sorry, I lied. There's a slip pocket, but it's a long slip pocket, and it's like it's focused at the bottom of the bag. No zip pocket, and it's a drop-in lining, and it's really neat the way she does the zipper. It is not a zipper panel. I'm looking all over for pattern pieces for a zipper panel, and I'm like, there's no zipper panel. I thought maybe I'm like, it's not attached to the top. So it's really cool the way she does the zipper. And I read over the pattern as fast as I could this morning. I did a lot of this prep. I cut it, most of it last night. Finished it this morning. I am using, let me show you what I'm using. I am using, of course, Tulip Bee. I mean, Timeless Tones. This is the caramel. I say caramel. I'm Midwest, but this is the caramel. Let me get my, see if that shows like that. There we go. I love this color. I thought this would be perfect for a slouch. Now for this bag, she does recommend you using a lightweight vinyl. Now this Timeless Tones is kind of stretchy. I got worried. I put some 101 on the back. She does not recommend you do that. I'm probably gonna wish I didn't in the end, but I did want to try it. Obviously, I can always make another one without it, but I did want to put a little bit of 101. I was worried. My concern was somebody gets this bag because it's a big bag. They're going to pile it full through the stuff. And I was concerned that this would stretch too much. Like I say, I probably shouldn't have done it, but I did it anyway. So we'll see. We'll see how much slouch it has in it. Let's experiment on my live. She has you do some prep marks for the drop in, so you got to do that. The only Decoville you use is right here, and that's where your O-ring or gate ring is going to go. That's where the weight of the strap is going to go from. So that is all the Decoville you need. I mean, like I say, this is not suggested in her pattern. I did this myself. So honestly, that's it. That is all the interfacing that you do, unless you, of course, you use cotton. But, of course, I've got Tulip Bee. This is her Neutral Floral Smoothy Smooth. I did look it up before, or this morning when I was doing my stuff, typing up my information. Both of all of her Timeless Tones are in stock right now, which is great. But this Neutral Floral, her Smoothie Smooth, this is available right now. She's still waiting on her stock, as she noted on her Facebook page. Her order that got held up at customs for inspection. So somebody must have really wanted some Smoothie Smooth. That's all I could think of. So, but this one is in stock right now. Now, if anybody is familiar with Alexis or Rosa's patterns, she does little packs. She has you break it down in packs to assemble it easier, which quite honestly, it is great for a beginner bag maker. I'm not going to lie. Number one, her patterns are always domestic friendly. She always gives you tips. If there's any kind of bulk in her patterns at all, she always gives you tips on how to alleviate the bulk. A lot of her bulk removal or bulk suggestions, non-bulk, I picked up from her some of the things that I do, even though my current machine now can handle a lot of the bulk. I still do some of her stuff, and like I say, a lot of the tips that she has given in her patterns, that is kind of what I use now in some of my bags. But this is, again, it's beginner friendly. She makes it so easy with her packs, with her instructions. Fantastic instructions. If no one's ever bought one of her patterns, I mean, this is a big bag, but I would start with this or her Simplistic Sling. That's a great one to start with. I think that was probably the first pattern of hers I bought, was the Sling, and that's been a hit at my shows. Because what I did with the Sling, I did a thing on it earlier this year, but I made slings without pockets because you can always put a small wallet in there, like, or just those little tiny wallets that you can do. Hi, Valerie. Um, but the sling, the simplistic sling that I made a while back, the video, I just eliminated the interior pockets because it has like slip pocket, it had like a slip and a zip, and then it had card pockets in it. I made them without pockets because you can drop a small wallet. People loved them at my shows because, again, it's just a nice simple sling. It's not big. It's bound, but it's like a not really an egg shape, but the top of it kind of is, and then it's got a straight base. um it's a really good bag. Okay, let's get started so we don't drag on. So really, honestly, as far as pattern pieces, you have two exteriors. One you're going to cut. I do want to show you this. One you're going to cut full pattern piece, completely straight on the sides. Then your front panel, you're going to cut with, see the little indentations there? You're going to cut the front panel, both sides, with this little indentation on it. That's where our side pockets are going to go, right here, which is great because, again, that helps too with the structure because you'll have your zipper there. So there's one on each side. On your exterior panels, you're going to have two slip pocket pieces for the side pockets. You'll need two of those. You'll need two zipper pocket pieces for your exterior zipper. Again, no zipper pocket on the inside. There is just a slip pocket on the inside. You'll need a zipper pocket facing because it's going to be inset. It's going to be a inset zipper, so you'll need your zipper pocket facing. I'm going to go ahead and use it with the facing. You can do it without a facing, depending on how, but I went ahead and just did the facing piece. This is packs 2 and 3 here is your exterior. Let's put my little pieces back together. Like I say, she makes it so easy, I should say. All right, let's get these put back together. These are big pieces. And then your pack 4 is your lining for your bag. There's your lining pieces. Your base piece here. Make sure when you cut your base, you don't cut two of the exterior. You cut one exterior and one lining because they are two different sizes. Your lining slip pocket. I looked last night. This is what I gave up on last night. Last night, I kept trying to find something to go with this. It's neutral florals. I can't do stripes with florals. I have a really hard time doing stuff like that. I kept trying to find a solid that I liked to go with. Sorry, I got a piece of hair there. I couldn't find a solid that I liked that I had in stock to go with this. I'm really funny again with about mixing certain shapes, certain designs together. Hi, oh, I said Valerie. I'm trying to make sure I don't miss comments. But anyway, so I ended up with Tulip Bee's PVC backed vinyl. I love this vinyl. It is a fantastic vinyl. And quite honestly, it makes a great pocket, to be honest with you, because it is thick, it's stiff, and obviously you don't have to line it. And you don't, it's a nice firm pocket. I like stiff slip pockets. Okay. Lining base, slip pocket. Then you've got your upper lining pieces. This is what she calls upper lining, I believe is what she calls them. You get two of those. Your zipper. This is your main zipper closure, so you've got that. You can use the zipper end. I didn't grab one, which, I mean, zipper ends, I can always do that after I'm done. But the zipper ends, the real pretty metal zipper ends, you need one of those if you do that, unless you want to just cut a small scrap of vinyl and then just put a vinyl piece over your end like that. It does save on cost if you do it that way. You need one main zipper. You need one main zipper pull, and you can't, I mean, How awesome is a ginormous circle ring to go with a big slouch bag? I'm telling you. So this is Kasaya's. I got this off Kasaya. I'm using gunmetal because that's what I had in the zippers that I needed for the sides. I'll show you that. And then you're going to need you're going to need 3 exterior zippers. So I've got this little cute little round. This is going to go in the back pocket. And then, Cynthia, these, I got this off of Kasaya's website. These are those big, huge hoop. These just reminds me of the earrings that I used to wear in the 70s when I used to wear earrings. I can't wear earrings anymore. But then I've got, this is for my back zipper pocket. So I got me a nice little cute circle for the back. And then I have these zippers. This is why I chose gunmetal. I bought these for, I have handmade pulls, but they're not zipper pulls. They're like, they have like little hooks on them. I got these to go with those and I've never used them. This is perfect. See that little tiny ring there? This is perfect to go on the side of the bag for the side to do the little, can't get a hold of it, to do this thing with, to do the little danglies. So I've got 2 of those, so you'll need that. So you need a total of 3 for the outside, 1 main, of course your name tag. I've got to get metal ones. It's just, you know, we all know that's a lot of money to get those metal zippers. Hold on. Gotta get my handy dandy tool. Thanks, Barb. If you're watching, thanks. It's like the greatest thing ever. Of course this pull's not metal, but that's okay. It's still great to grab this stuff and drag it, right? Pardon me. I can't get a hold of it. There we go. Hold on. I got to get my fingers around it to bend enough. There we go. Got it. All right. So that thing's great. And it works really, tassels. Thank you, Cynthia. Tassels. And I apologize for spelling your name wrong. I was trying to type on the tablet, and I don't type so well on the tablet real well. But anyway, so when I was telling you thanks, you said you're going to watch me today. And then you need your 2 O-rings. Again, O-rings, gate rings, whatever you have. And I had gunmetal and gate and O-rings, so we did that. This is the wrong size. Strap ends, I grabbed 3/4 instead of 1 inch. So it's, yeah, I'll get myself here. Let me get these back down in order. So there's my lining. Yeah, because see, yeah, you need these are 1 inch. So you're going to need 1 inch if you use these. I grabbed 3/4 and I had to go back and grab me some 1 inch ones. Okay, pack 2, pack 3. All right. So let's get on real quick. I'll say this part's done. Let me put that away. I think that was it. The biggest things that I wanted to mention. And also, if you're looking for a step-by-step tutorial on this bag, Shenova, that's So Nova, and that's S-E-W Nova. She's got a step-by-step tutorial out there. So if you're looking for step-by-step, she's got a great tutorial. I follow her, Vanessa Leppek, L-E-P-P-E-K. I think I follow her, and I'm sorry if I don't. I do need to go do that. And but anyways, it's Shenova's is the one that I seen because again I follow her, so her stuff pops up off at the top when she releases something. But that's where I've seen that Alexis had this pattern out because my old email that I used with her patterns hasn't been updated, so I had to I didn't get the email from her to see that she had released a pattern. And then the sad thing is because way Shop Pay does, my pattern went to my old email that I don't have access to anymore, and I'm like, oh no. And I emailed Alexis. She's great, you guys. I emailed her, told her what happened. Immediately, within minutes, and I think she's on the other side. I want to say, I don't want to assume that she's in Canada, but I thought she is, but I don't know. But I also think she's in like a completely different time. But she's like real. She keeps it real. And that's, I think that's why I like her, because she's kind of like me. I mean, we are what we are, and we're not, we're not ashamed to say we can, you know, we can mess up, or it's not always, rainbows and sunshine. Okay, let me make sure I get the right measurements. So, but anyways, if you're looking for a good tutorial, that's where you want to go for a step-by-step tutorial. This isn't step-by-step. This is just to show you the basics, and do that. So I'm doing the little zipper tassels. I gotta get it right. Zipper tassels. Make sure I get the right measurement. So I'm just going in, and these are going to be the zipper. One side of the zipper tassels is going to be raw. So keep that in mind. I'm going to lower my camera if I can get it. So if you apologize for the close-up, first of all, and second of all, there we go, for not bringing this camera down fast enough. Oh, I also, and I don't know who's here. Yes, Sai and Barbie do have great hardware. I really like getting both of them. I wish I had the money to. Barbie's got a sale, and I wish I had the money right now. I'd get some stuff, but can't always buy everything, right? That you want. That's what put me in debt, right? But anyway, so I'm marking these where she tells you to. And again, it's going to be, one side's going to be raw edged. So, and I'm going to put the tape down. Let's get the tape on here on one side. Make my hair out of my way here. Yeah, it's if anybody's doesn't know, I am in the Midwest. I'd much rather be out in the Southwest. That's hence the title. That's hence the cactus part of my name. I'm going to put the tape on this side. So on the larger side of the line, you're going to put your tape. But I grew up here. I grew up in the Midwest. I grew up in actually east side of Cincinnati. I live in northern Kentucky area, but I grew up on the east side of Cincinnati. But anyways, and I just don't care for snow anymore. I just don't care for it. I forgot to close my door. Oh well. So we're just going to fold it in. And this is going to be really skinny when you get done, but we're just folding it to that line. Just like you're going to do a strap. And that's why I didn't do the strap, because I didn't think you guys watch somebody do another strap. And then you're going to fold this side over, and I'm just going to throw a clip. See how cute that is? That is what? 3/8. I'm just going to throw a clip here. I'm not going to go down the line. I'm going to just put a couple in. And then just fold the other side over. Just make sure that it doesn't go past. Keep it in line like that. But anyway, yeah, it's just, oh my gosh, Chicago, blah. So Alabama, my nephew moved to Mississippi when he got married, and they don't get the weather like we do down in Mississippi. They couple years ago at Christmas, they came up for Christmas a couple years ago, and this is when we got one of our ice storms. This was one of our bad ice storms, because we're really prone, especially where I live. I'm more prone to the ice than the snow. We tend to get ice. And they drove up from Mississippi, And I think they live, I think it's like 6, 7 hours away. I'm not real sure, but I feel like it's like 6 or 7 hours away from here. And drove up through that mess. They sat on the interstate. They got to 71. I think it was 71 outside, that runs between here and Louisville. It was awful. They sat on that highway. How they didn't run out of gas, I don't know. They were on that highway for several hours because the was so bad. They had roads shut down. They made it. They made it to my sister-in-law's, his aunt. It's my husband. He's actually my husband's brother's son, but he made it to their sister's house, and they stayed there the night, and then went up to his dad's the next day. But he yeah, it was bad, and they're just not. Well, Jake's used to it, but his wife's not, because she grew up in Mississippi. So I'm just clipping these real quick, and then you're just going to stitch on one side. Oh, there is something I wanted to mention real quick on the handle itself. I'm just trying to throw some clips in here real fast to help hold it down. I was going to like leave it without doing this, but I'm worried that when I start sewing it, it will start messing up. And I don't want to mess this up because, I mean, this is a bag that I ultimately want to sell. So when you do the straps, you're only going to sew one side. Do not sew the other. So when you put this together, you put your folded edge or your sewn edges on the inside, and then on the outside is your well, you put your open on the inside, folded on the outside, so it looks nice and finished on the outside. I forgot to mention that. All right, so let's go ahead and stitch this one side. Now, again, she's got, well, not again, I think I didn't mention, she's got you doing, sorry, I'm getting over a cold and my throat's getting scratchy already, which is wonderful. She has got, I got ice in Tennessee. Yeah. I mean, I guess if I had my druthers, I'd have snow over ice, but, you know, I can't have everything, so I guess I'll have to stick with the snow, right? But anyway, 6 degrees. It is, I made chili for the family. I don't eat chili. I made chili for the family. I put it on the potted chili, and I told them I'm doing a live today, so they can eat whenever they want. I don't care. She's got, you can put strap ends on these, like you do your, I should say zipper ends. I'm not going to do zipper ends on this. I think I'm just going to tie them in a knot. I think that'll be cute with just tying them in a knot. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and stitch this down. Yeah, it's, I woke up this morning and it was, 1 degree. And we here in greater Cincinnati area, we don't always get stuff like, you know, Chicago coldness. Yeah, my daughter's, where she works, company she works for, their home office is in Lombard. So she has to go up to Lombard once a year. But hopefully she doesn't have to anymore. Cross your fingers that she gets this job that she's trying to get. But anyway. But yeah, this, except for, like I say, a couple years ago when we had that freezing, yeah, Christmas got postponed. It was a mess that year. It was, I mean, it was 2 days before Christmas, I think. I don't remember. All right, doodle snips. I couldn't find my snips. Oh, and the thread that I'm using is Cassia's Caramel. I love this color of this thread. All right. Just make sure when you sew on this that you stay a little more towards the middle so you don't miss that. That way you're not losing your stitching on the back because it doesn't all the way to the edge. So stay kind of towards the middle Don't go so close to, don't like be at an eighth. You want to go a little further in. Just in case you're not all the way to the edge on your fold. I think she tells you just keep it at a top stitch length, but my my edge isn't all the way. And I do appreciate that Alexis allows you, as long as you don't show her measurements or talk about her measurements. He says, she's good with you doing YouTube stuff on it. I did still email her because I feel like, I feel like I should still let her know that I'm doing this with her pattern. So I did send her an email, but it was this morning, so she may or may not have seen it yet. All right, so there we go. Make sure I got that one. So there's that. So these, then you're going to take, let's do this real fast. So let's grab one of these guys. There it is. I think with hers, I think she has, you can use a bigger, you could actually use a more like this too as well. One like that. I just didn't have enough. I only had 2 of these and not 3, and I needed 3 to do it right because I wanted my circles to match. That would work really well. This one, it's going to be a little tighter fit, but I can make it work. I just got to make sure I've got it in the right direction. So I'm just going to feed it through. She doesn't have you do it yet, but you're basically going to feed it through and then tie it. Like that. Isn't that cool? That's so neat. And you got your big strap to grab hold of. All right. Sorry about that. All right. Let's move on. Let's move on. Let's move on. All right. So that is, let's see, pack 1. We are now moving to pack 2. Okay, we don't need to we're not interfacing anything. She's got you to preheat for interfacing your pocket pieces, but we don't need to do that. So we're going to move. We're going to take these. I'm going to set these over here. Pack 2, again, is your back. Oh, let's get these things. Let's keep this stuff out of the way. And I'm trying, let's see. With fog for 2 weeks. Wow. Ugh. See, my when you're outside of Sacramento, right? Well, I shouldn't say that, should I, Lindiana? Northern California. I'm sorry. Yeah, because I'll say my brother, he's in Sacramento area, and but I haven't heard. They were here over Thanksgiving weekend, but I haven't heard anything. All right, so we're grabbing our zipper pocket panel pieces, our zipper, or I should say our zipper pocket pieces. You're not going to do anything with your facing yet, so we're going to go ahead and move that aside. Let's get our tags, keep our tags together. We're going to go ahead and put our zipper onto our zipper pocket lining, making sure you're using the right direction. So let me make sure I have the right direction. Running out of space to throw things. My shelf here is getting a little... That's the right direction. Okay, so make sure you use the right direction because these are similar, but it is not a square. But it looks almost like a square, I can say. So just be careful when you sew your zipper on. You just want to double check your width and height. So go ahead. Now, I'm just going to use double-sided tape. So I'm putting double-sided tape at the top of both of my pocket pieces. I started to do a different color for my zipper pocket, or a different lining, but I thought, no, let's keep it nice and cohesive. All right, so I'm going to remove the backing, and I'm going to put the zipper face up, center it. I cut mine just a tad bit longer, so I'm just going to center it out. Otherwise, you would just line it up exactly as the width of the piece. And then you're going to stitch this on at the seam allowance that she gives you. That's not right. There we go. Oh, I need to decrease my stitch length. Oh, I need like a wrench or something, so when I do my stitch length up and down, I don't have to try to grab that handle, because that's tough, guys. I'm not gonna lie. I do not have my zipper foot on, because I just don't like it. Just not gonna lie, I do not like my zipper foot, so I just sew with it. Well, that's good that you've got something warm. We're supposed to stay cold, well, the 30s by the end of the week, I think. It's still cold, but I haven't left my house. I ran out Thursday night when I got off work to get stuff because the weather they were predicting. I went ahead and got stuff, and I thought, you know, even if we don't get the snow, because, you know, you can't always guarantee that we're going to get the snow that they predict. I figured it's going to be cold anyways, so I wasn't going to deal with it. I just didn't even want to be cold. All right, so I am going to grab my other piece, and I am going to put it you open your zipper where your zipper's up like that, and your piece, you're going to take this piece and put it to the back side of the zipper. Just like you're going to do, like you do like a placket and whatnot, except we're just not doing a zipper placket on the exterior. I mean, I guess you can if you want to, but I think I like the looks of the pocket in the back of the bag by the pictures. I like that. So I don't always do a whelp zipper pocket, a welt or whelp zipper pocket. I always say it wrong. But this one, I think I like it. I don't think, I do like it. That's why I'm doing it. Right? All right, let's get this sewn on at the seam allowance that she gives you. Let me get the zipper back on here. There we go. Yeah. Put the pedal to the metal. Okay, so you're a little on a good traffic day. Yeah. My niece used to live, where did she live at when she passed? I want to say she was somewhere around the valley. I think that's where she was at. Unfortunately, she had a fatal car accident years ago. This has been, has it been 15 years? It's been quite a long time ago. It had to have been 15 years ago or more. It wasn't long after we found my brother and family, and that she passed. So we only got to know her for a few years, which is very sad. All right, so you're going to open your piece up. Now, because I'm using the Smoothy Smooth, I'm going to put some double-sided tape underneath one of the sides. The other side, I don't need it because it's going to go flat. But this side, I'm going to put some underneath here so it'll lay flat when I attach it to the bag itself, when I attach the pocket to the bag itself. Otherwise, it'll be poofy, and I don't want it to be poofy. But anyway, yeah, she was a city girl, and she told you that too. She she liked living there. My my brother, he grew up in Simi Valley. Is where he grew up, but he hasn't lived there in a very long time. Very long time. Simi Valley is just. Phew. I've never been. I've never even. Well, I can't say that. I've been to California only when we were in Arizona. We went to Yuma. I talked my husband to going over to one of those national forests that's right inside California off of 10. We got to it off of 10. I can't remember the name of it now. But anyway, that's my extent of California. I would love to get up there to see him and visit him out there, and then drive the 101 a little bit up north into Washington and Oregon. I would love to do that, but it's never going to happen because I'd have to drive to California in order to drive up the 101. That would be like a 3-week vacation and lots of money, and I can't obviously do that. All right. I got my double-sided tape on the zipper. I've got my one pocket loose. I don't have anything on the back of it because that's going to end up falling down, but I got this down. All right. So I'm going to grab my facing piece, and she gives you measurements from one long edge and draw a centered line. Okay, so I'm going to go up, and I need to draw a specific length of line. So I have to think here. I got to count. There's my center. What's half of? So that's half. Oh. There we go. All right, that's that. And then I'm going to go do that, and then I'm going to make another mark. So we're just basically setting up our little window for the zipper, our zipper window, I guess you could say, for lack of a better word. We're just setting that up. So she gives you the measurements to draw on your piece, and you want to draw it on the back of your piece, obviously, because you don't want lines to show on the front. So I've got my little pocket, my little window, I mean my pocket. Woo! I got my little window. Now, the best way, and this is kind of neat, how she has you attach it, is put some double-sided tape in the center of that window like that. This gets cleaned out, so this will come off, but you want to put some double-sided tape there in that window. You want to grab your back piece, your exterior back, and then measure what she gives you. Now my centers are already marked on my piece, so I've already got my centers marked. I don't remember if I marked it on my front piece though, as I had to mark it on the back. But anyway, so you've got your markings, and then I'm going to go up what she gives you. And my ruler isn't wide enough for the whole piece, but I can still go up enough to where I can at least get it started and then work it that way. So you're going to take this. I think I should have put this on the front and not the back. Hold on. Okay. Boom. I did it wrong. Fortunately, this peels off easy, so I'm not wasting. Since I already drew you put your piece. I'm thinking. I don't know why I do this. This is like what I did. Oh, you haven't been sewn this week? Pfft. I finished my third Shar this week. I have made a video of it. I haven't posted it yet, obviously. So pretty. I may do it tonight. I might post it tonight. If I get a chance, if I get done with this and get a couple other things done, I may get a chance. I may do that. Okay. I did this wrong. You're supposed to put your marks. Yeah, right. You're supposed to put your marks on the right side up. I put them on the back side. I'm wrong. Don't do what I do. So let's do this real fast since I already done it once. Oh, thank you, Lindiana. I appreciate you letting her know that. Yes, it's the Simplistic Shoulder Slouch. I'll show you a quick picture. That's it. Boom. Let's see how we do that so you can see. That's it. I love the slouch. I love a good slouch bag. I mean, I won't be carrying it because, I mean, I know I shouldn't say this, but I have a lot. I have enough. I really don't need any more bags. Of course, I know I still will, but I do love a good slouch bag. There we go. 1, 2. There we go. Making sure I do this right. Oh! I'm just trying not to go very dark on this because this is the side you sew on. And honestly, I don't know why I didn't think. Sometimes I get you'd think I was dyslexic. I could be partially dyslexic. I'm not going to lie. It does run in the family. I have like, what do they call it? It's the way your brain receives signals. It's not like, well, I mean, I know that's what dyslexia is, but it's not that you read things a certain way. It's that, where's my piece? There we go. It's the way, your brain and, someone tells you something and then you understand it. I can't word it. You might know what I'm talking about, but that, what need have to do with it? LOL. Do what now? What did I say? I forgot. I didn't know what I was saying. I'm going to mark my centers. Let's see. Oh, I know. Well, that is true, Lindy. That is true. What's saying that I don't need another bag before I make myself one? You know, if I went places or went in the office, I would carry more. Since I don't go in the office anymore, I don't carry as many bags like I used to. I used to carry... I would carry... And this was before I was, like, seriously into the bag make, like what I am now. That's when I was doing... well, a lot of the cotton. I just posted that one bag that I made 11 years ago. I cannot believe that was 11 years ago. So we're going to stitch around this rectangle now that I finally got it on there. But anyway, and you're just going to go just all the way around that rectangle on the line you drew. But anyways, yeah, I can't believe it was 11 years ago. But anyways, that I would carry I have a messenger bag. That's a by Annie messenger bag. That's all in cotton. I used to carry that to work all the time. Carry my laptop back and forth when we used to work partially at home. I think we'd work 2 days at home. before we started working all the time at home. But now I don't go anywhere, so I just give them to my daughter, and she carries them around for me. I made my daughter, I forgot to tell you, Cass, about that. I made my daughter a sidekick for her birthday back in the summer. Beautiful. It's like the one I made. I quilted the front and back panel, made out of the Timeless Tones with the front and back panel quilted. And it's really, I know I made it, but it's really pretty. But anyways, at my show I just had a couple weeks ago, she had it with her, and I had like a garment rack there where I had my sign on and a couple odds and ends purses, and it was hanging there. And a friend of mine from work who came to see me brought her friend with her, and she was telling me that her friend made the comment she really liked that bag that was hanging on that rack, but then when someone grabbed it, she's like, oh, I guess that's already somebody's bag. And I'm like, I laughed. I'm like, yeah, it's my daughter's. I made it for her birthday. You want me to tell her to give it up? I'll take it from her and sell it. Just joking. Just joking. But anyway, so there we go. There's my little rectangle. You can barely, here, we'll show it on the back like that. So now you're going to take your scissors, snips. Well, you don't want to obviously use snips. I do want to draw a line in the center of it to, so I can cut it in the center. So I'm just drawing my little triangle. It's cold. She don't like the cold. This dog normally doesn't feel anything. Last night when she went outside, it was funny. She went outside and she came inside. Didn't even faze her that she had a ton of snow on her back just from going outside to go to the bathroom. She wasn't out there very long. Didn't faze her one bit that she had a ton of snow on the back of her fur, because she's a Scotch collie, so she's got a lot of fur. Sorry, I keep grabbing a drink. I'll tell you what. So then what you're going to do now, let me get my directions to keep it flowing. I'm going to go ahead and cut like that. I'm going to try to keep it as straight as I can because, oh, I hate this. I'm going to tell you what, these silver marking pens that I got off of Amazon, I see other people using them. This is hard to cut. There we go. It is all over my bag. And this stuff doesn't come out very easily. I don't know. There it is. I found where it's at. All right, we're good now. Now it won't get all over my bag. But let's get it off the bag that's already on there. There we go. But anyway, so let's cut our line. Oh, gosh. I mean, it's on my hands. Woo. All right. Yes, they do. It's these things. And I try not to use it. I mean, it's like everywhere. And I try not to use it. I had my one I got from Wonderground from the Ohio Dash. We got a free one from Wonderground, donated some for the little stash bags. And I loved it. But I've already used up all the ink. And this is thick. Just be careful when you snip your little triangle. But I just can't. There we go. But yeah, I've already used all of it up. And that was, well, September. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I mean, I used it a lot because I really did like it. I liked it didn't leak. It didn't, it wasn't a heavy line. It was just enough to see. There we go. All right, now we're going to take this and put this inside. As what a facing does, right? I am thinking, again, I think I'll still get Slouch. But I am thinking that I want to put some clips to help pull that down. I am thinking, I did it backwards. You guys, I did it. I was right the first time. I did it backwards. I'm not, miss. I'm not fixing it. Not fixing it. Not going to see it. See? We all make mistakes. Yeah, I know. I do prefer an overlay. I was just liking the pocket. Do I have a picture of the back? I was liking this for the back of the bag instead of an overlay. So I was wanting to try to do this instead. And I messed it up. But it's the thrill of live. Making sure that dog didn't come out. She always comes back here and looks through my trash. I cleaned my trash. Maybe she won't come back and grab some. She likes to grab the double-sided tape backing out of my little garbage box. All right. Well, like I said, I did it backwards, but do opposite to what I did. Yeah. You could use an overlay. I probably after my mistakes, probably showed everybody that they want to do a little overlay, right? If I were to do an overlay, probably not. It will be, except for whoever watches the video, right? However, if you do an overlay, I would do a very narrow overlay, like the sidekick overlay. It's too long. I would shorten it, but I would do a narrow one, because the when you get the slouch, it will you want to keep that slouch at the top, if it makes sense. I wouldn't go for a very wide overlay if you choose to do an overlay. But I think the next one, I probably will do like a narrow. I like to use, there's like certain overlays that I keep out. And what I do is I like cut them in half, or cut at one end, and then adjust it to the size of the zipper I use. And that's how I do my zipper overlays. Sometimes I just like different overlays than what comes with a pattern. Okay. Well, let's get our zipper on. We spent too much time on this. Too much time. I can't sing or we'll get dinged, right? Okay. I know Susan wanted to sing yesterday, but I don't know. Oh, I need to get my zipper pull. I don't know if you would have got dinged for singing certain Christmas songs, but I guess there's no, you don't want to take that chance, right? Don't want to take that chance. Let me need to keep that out. Once I get these pockets on, the bag's pretty much done, because there could say there's no, you just got that slip pocket in the center. I don't want that. This is what I want. All right, making sure my zipper is in the right direction. Okay. You know, Cynthia, the dog doesn't, she's grabbed a plastic clip one time. She has this, I don't know what it is. Like if I've got something cut out, and typically sometimes I'll just throw the roll of zipper tape, like a roll of zipper tape in without, getting it all together, and I just toss it in and then cut my zippers off of that. Sometimes she likes to grab those. I have to constantly pull, make her give me zipper tape back. I do not have this much trouble. I love doing lives because that's when I can't put a zipper pull on. That's when I put zipper facings on backwards. If you were here for my Halil Ivana bag, that's when I couldn't put my buckles on. My gosh, you guys, I was about to die when I was doing that video. No lie. Make sure I put this on right, since I've already got this part folded down. I don't want to put my thing in wrong. But I wanted to, especially since Phoebe was on there and watched the end of my video and I was constantly messing up. So just center your pocket on. I'm going to eyeball it. There we go. All right, let's get these goofy clips off. But, oh, I want to put some double-sided tape on this facing. But, oh my gosh, I'm like, my brain was not computing that day. It was so embarrassing that, and I did a tutorial, and when I did the tutorial, I mean, I know it was a stop and start and stuff. I didn't have that issue. I don't know why. Because that was my third one. That's the sad thing about it. That was my third bag that I made when I did the live on her bag. As Susan would say, how embarrassing, right? I'm just putting this on here to help it to lay down flatter. If I can do this right. If I can even do this right. But now I was saying earlier, I had 3 shars cut out. 3 completely different. If you've seen any of my shorts that I've posted this week, the first 2 I've posted. I did the pink, one in Saya Pink Faux Real. I did one in Sally Tomatoes Faux Fur. It was brown cow print. I mean, it's very, I'm not going to lie, you guys. It's very nice faux fur. It's not cheap. I'm not going to lie. I think it was $25 for that faux fur. It's not like buying a roll of vinyl. It's, I think it comes folded. But it's fabric backed. So it's, you know, it's fabric soft. So if you're going to make anything out of it, if you want it to be stiff, you'd have to add to it. I always put 101 on it because it's fabric backed. But I'm checking my window, making sure. Yeah, that's why I like zipper pockets. I thought I'd do something different. No, I regret it. I don't regret it. But anyway, it's wrong. If you're looking for a faux fur, I've seen some of some shars with some print, animal cow print type of thing, which are really, really nice. But like I say, mine was a faux fur. So, and I'm not sure if theirs were vinyl or fur. But if you're looking for it, she's got it in black and brown. And she's also got it in, I just once I get this bottom set, I'm going to make sure it's centered enough. She's also got it in different, not colors, but a different kind. I think, I can't remember the exact. But if go to sallytomato.com. It's really, really nice. I'm just checking to make sure this is centered enough. Actually, I could go down some. I mean, it's not really terribly off. Let's see. Yeah. There's enough. I'm just making sure there's enough hangover. All right, get my zipper pulled back down, and then let's get this other side fixed on. But anyway, I love it. And I'm not a big cow print person. And what started it was I have a niece that wanted a cow print purse for her birthday. She had turned, I think she turned 13 this year. My, well, great niece. I don't have any regular nieces or nephews anymore. That's that. I do have them, some that are 17. I have one that's turning 17. The youngest regular nephew turned 17 this year. But that's my husband's baby brother's youngest. But anyway, yeah, she wanted a cow print purse. She had found one of my Rena's. It's a Toby Stylix bags. I think it's Rena, Reena. She had seen that bag. She loved the look of that bag. She wanted that in cow print. So I made her one in cow print, and she loves it. She loves it, I tell you. That's what started the faux fur. That's that tangent. Are you going to sew the mini creations mystery sewing for the new year? No. I am not going to try to get into monthly. Oh, make sure that your pockets spread out too, by the way, when you do this. Or you sew your pockets shut. And I got a story to tell you on that one too. Anyways, you can pull your threads through, but I think I'm just going to backstitch. I don't think it's really going to make a difference on this vinyl, but normally you should pull your threads through. Now, I'm trying not to commit to monthly fees. I'm trying, okay, I know I said this last year, but you didn't know that I said this last year. I am going to try really, really hard to pay off some debt this year. The shows that since I did shows last year, like last Thanksgiving was my very first craft show. So I got into the craft show thing this year. And I spent a ton of money. And I had some bad craft shows. Meaning, not a lot of people at the craft shows. Well, yeah, not a lot. I've had a couple shows. But anyway, so I had a lot of money invested, not a lot of return. So I'm still working on trying to get that paid off. And then they've cut back on our overtime until these last few weeks because they realized, oh, we've got to get all this work done before the end of the year. Because next year is none. So, yeah. Anyway, that's not very pretty. Anyway, so yeah, I'm trying not to do any of that this next year. I've got to reassess some of my debt. All right. So you got your window, fold it back down, and then you're going to close up your pocket. You can trim off your little overhang, but you're closing up the pocket. Again, this is an exterior pocket, so you're going to close it up. Get this trimmed off. I don't need to make this very perfect. I can... Boom. All right. Let me get my stitch thing back down. I might have to go get me something else to drink here in a minute. This Coke is almost gone. And my cough drops is upstairs. Not that I'm coughing, but it's a piece of candy that, well, it's candy, more or less. That soothes my throat when it starts getting this tickle. It wasn't like sick this week. I felt like crap. I think it was my sinuses. This weather. Just like everybody else has got bad weather, but let me go one more stitch over. Does a doozy on you. Yeah, the only reason that I'm glad, let's see. Yeah, I got this one close. It's not like bad, but I can work this out. There we go. There we go. It works. There we go. All right. Clean up my threads. I figured out my hands are hurting, and I just realized I did not take my medicine this morning. Oh, well. It's fine. I'll live. All right. Bada bing, bada boom. Oh, look at that. That's pretty with that. This color, these go so well with that neutral. Well, it's neutral floral, so I mean, you know, go figure. You can do a little bit of thread cleanup. Okay. Watch you on your TV? Woo. I'm on the big screen. Yeah, I wanted to do the quilt blocks this year with them. I mean, I watched the first few of them. I couldn't watch some of the other ones because I've not been able to watch a lot of afternoon lives. A lot, I should say. Some of them I just like play it in the background while I'm working. So sometimes I'm there, but you don't know that I'm there watching because I'm not commenting. But anyway, so we're going to set this aside now. So I'm going to put this in my set aside stack. Grabbing pack number 3. And we're going to do the side pockets. So pretty much, I mean, I'm not going to really talk through the pockets themselves, but you're going to do facing, dupe, zippers, and it's going to be the pockets that you're going to like do like this and then like this. Kind of like, you know, like, because they're going to be side pockets. So that's pretty cool. I like it. But anyways, like those, what is it? Was it the Minerva we did? That was a nice bag. That is a nice bag. Okay. So we're going to put our zipper facings first on. So let me put this stuff aside. You want like this, this, and this. Let's set this aside. But anyway. Yeah, I didn't do that because, you know, honestly, why? I've got so many quilts. So you're going to put your facing right sides together. And we're going to do this right. And just line it up on your piece here. And I'm going to do this right. Oh my. But I'm going to try to get rid of some of these quilt kits that I have. I have got way too many quilt kits. I have got and I've got kits where I've bought the patterns and then I've bought the fabric to make the kit. I mean, I've got like bundles and it's like, and I've never made them because I never got the time to do that because that's when I was working in the office. So I didn't have the luxury of like at home sewing at lunchtime and stuff. Let me see what seam allowance we're going here on this. So we're going to put our facings on and we're going to sew this on at the seam allowance that she gives you. And I am at a shorter stitch length. But anyway, and they're just taking up space. So I need to get rid of them. I have 3 bolts of fabric. I've got them right here. A Riley Blake confetti, a barn red. What is this yellow? A white, vintage white. I got these like really cheap from and a honey. It's a real pretty yellow. These are like gorgeous colors. Really, to me, they're like stylish, like classic looking. Classic. But anyway, where did I get them? It was Missouri Star. My brain stopped. I got them at Missouri Star. She had like a huge sale one year. And I got them these bolts at a really good price. So I bought those 3 bolts. And they've never been opened. I've had these for 2.5 years. Never even opened them. They still have this wrap on them. So just be careful when you go around these curves. I've got my throat, my little plate here marked with the seam allowance that she says. So I'm just going around it real slow. So I get to the straightaway. And then we can, there we go. Just go up, whoop, there we go. And I'm going to do the other side. But anyway, so yeah, that is something that I meant to do it before, long before now. So probably at the first of the year, I'm probably going to go and try to sell some of that. I clean out stuff. I'm already working on craft shows for next year, and I am not giving up on my craft show. This was my first year. I'm learning what markets to go to. I'm learning what kind of shows to go to, if that makes sense. I'm trying to stay away from as many outdoors as possible and concentrate on some of the schools. I do better with the school craft shows. That dog is back again. She's back again. She's on a mission now. She's too cold. She won't go to the bathroom. She says, Cassie, why did you take me into a cold world? To think I could have probably went somewhere else. It was a lot warmer. Is that where her siblings are? Oh, well, she should be grateful she didn't end up in Alaska like her siblings. All right. We're just going to snip. You are on holiday in... Where is Tenerife? I know. Okay, so I do. Is that... The weather's rubbish. Well, weather's rubbish here too. In this parts of this... I think a lot of the states actually are having crappy weather. I'm not sure where Tenerife is. Is that... I guess I'm saying... Or Tenerife? I can't see. Let me read it on my laptop. Maybe I can see it better. I can get my laptop to wake back up. Tenerife. Tenerife. Tenerife? I don't know. Tell me where that's at. I'm interested to know where that's at. So I'm going to put some snips in this little curve. Now you can do snips to spread it out, which I probably will, or you could use pinking shears. I'm just going to put some snips in. So you just want to put some snips in right around that edge on all four little corners there. This scissors, there we go. I do love my British shows, guys. I watch a lot of BritBox and Acorn TV. A lot. I don't even watch regular TV. There's like 2 shows, 3 shows maybe. I don't even know if it's even 3 shows that I watch. That's been on what I call regular TV, and that's not what you call it, but that I still watch. We watch NCIS Origins. My husband won't watch NCIS anymore, which I've told you why before. But we watch the Origins. He really likes Origins until they get rid of a character he likes. He likes the Frank character. Anyways, so you're going to fold this up and then turn this and go to the back. Let's see. Let me see what she's got on here. Okay, so she does have you put double-sided tape back here on the back side. So when you fold this in, it'll help it to lay flat. So I'm going to throw some double-sided tape here. Just make sure if you do this, it stays away from where you stitch on your zipper. So you kind of push it back a little bit. So that way the tape doesn't get in the way of your when you sew on your zipper, of your needle when you sew on your zipper. But anyway, I don't even think what else we watch that's on. Actually, I think there's only one show, and I subscribe to the Paramount Plus right now, only to watch that show and 1 or 2 other shows. but then you're going to fold this back. And your little splits, see when you fold it back, it spreads that split out, so you don't have that bulk sitting there. So just fold it back. Hold on, let me make sure before I do it. Yeah, fold it back. So, and just make sure, you know, fold it back to where you don't see the facing. And I just do it like where you can just see just enough of the front here, so that way you know your facing shouldn't be shown on the front. And then just kind of push your facing down onto your double-sided tape. Just try to keep it as even as possible. This is going to be such a cute bag. But I tell you what, I am thinking, like I said, this will still slouch nicely, but honestly, I think we didn't need to do that. I think I was just being over precautious. Where's my... All right, I need to put some more... I need to put some more double-sided tape on here. Let me grab my 1/2 inch on the back. I put it right by... I need to put it... Let me show you something, what I did. So what I did is I put it, and it was where it held this part down, which is fine. That's not wrong, but you want to put it further back, so when you put this facing back, it holds your facing back. And that's what I did wrong. I didn't put it far enough back, so when it'll hold my facing down. But it did help hold my seam down some. So now I'm just gonna pull it facing back and hold the facing. I'm gonna have to look up where Tenerife is. Tenerife. Is it, are you on holiday, Valerie, for, like to visit family, or is it just like what we call here in the States a vacation? I'm going to put a clip here just to hold that, because there's no tape there, but I don't want to put a bunch of tape right here, because then I got to worry about my seam, getting it in my seam allowances. So I'm just going to clip right here on the corner. Make those out. Boom. There you go. All right. Let's do this real fast. Let's see how fast she can do this without talking. Yeah, I think it's been cold everywhere. Ugh. I don't know. Wish Delphina was here. I'd find out what it is and where she lives. I would like to know what the weather is in Mesa right now. I know it's I think it's east of Phoenix. I've been in Mesa and I cannot remember. Mesa is where I almost moved to 18 years ago. Almost. I mean, I was that close. But my daughter was just starting college. Were you just starting college then, Cass? 18 years ago? Ooh. And just did one. This is too much. So then I started where I started working at now, and well, here it is. I wish Delphina was here. I'm going to tell you what, Delphina, Annette at Tulip Bee, and Jan Banks have been instrumental in me getting 1,000 followers, subscribers. Annette started it. It grew to over like 600-700, and then it kept growing from there. Delphina, she became a subscriber and, well, let me just say a fan, because she's just wonderful to me, nice to me. If I ever get back to Arizona, I'm going to try to meet her somehow. But we'll figure that out. So there you go. There's my pockets. So I've got my facings on my side zipper pockets. So now we're going to grab our zippers. Grab the zippers and the zipper pulls. Well, and the side pieces. So let me move this out of the way and get this, because I need to get some tape on here. But they were very instrumental in helping me. There is a shape to these, by the way. One is wider, end is wider than the other. Okay? So make sure you hold it the right way when you put your zippers on there. And this, the widest is at the bottom. So I'm going to go ahead and get some double-sided tape down on my piece, on the lining here. But yeah, I thank everybody, honestly. I thank every single one of you for helping me. And then you're going to put your zipper right side up. I'll put my zipper pull on here in a minute. I'm going to sew my zipper tape onto my piece before I put my zipper pull on. And actually, I can probably put my zipper pull on that before I sew it, finalize it on my bag. But, all right, prepare for the daughter to yell at the dog. So you're just going to get your zipper and put it on there. That's not yelling. Say, cheese, please. Hurry, Joy's cold. Yeah, don't make me cold. So there you go. So that's what you're going to do. And then you're going to stitch your zipper onto that one side. So I'm going to do this real quick on the other side. Again, make sure you've got your piece in the right direction. Yeah, that is true, Lindiana. I actually have made a couple of things for the shows out of my cotton fabrics. If anybody has seen behind me, I have a ton. That's not all of it. What you see behind me. I went into this phase of buying fat quarters, jelly rolls, all kinds. I mean, it's ridiculous. 10-inch stackers, or I forgot. I don't even remember what they're called. Watch out. Get back, Joy. We're going upstairs in 2 seconds. But yeah, it's and so I've been making a lot of some of that stuff to sell at my shows and just sell them, cheap. What did I make? Oh, I made some of them. If anybody follows Center Street Quilts, her little aspen crossbodies, I made several of those. And again, we're going to stitch this on. And so, and then I got the webbing. I got some webbing that was, and since it's a small little bag and you don't need hold a lot in it, I just got some cheaper webbing off of Amazon, just attached to that. So that'll get rid of some of that, and little odds and ends to my show to get people over there to see and look at my other stuff. But yeah, so I'm sewing these on. I am okay. I was looking at the next step before I got the first step done. I've done pockets like this before, but it's been a minute, so I have to read real quick. I mean, it's really not much different than doing a pocket, a full pocket on if you do a zipper pocket on the inside of your bag. It's really not much different. You're just doing it doing on the side versus from the bottom up. All right, so there's that. And then you're going to take your zipper and fold it like this. to where your zipper is you see your zipper teeth and the back of your final, or the back of your piece. So I'm going to go ahead and just put some tape down, lay that flat. That's the only, I mean, I absolutely love this lining. I mean, it makes cut pieces quick. You don't have to interface or anything. But when you do this, you do have to use extra double-sided tape. So you have to think about that when you use this. Or just use cotton in a pocket, maybe. I mean, obviously, that would be a solution, right? You just have to, of course, you don't have to interface a pocket, like a zipper pocket, but I do. There we go. All right. Oh, also, do you sell your bags? Yes, I do, Kathleen. I have been only doing shows recently because I had a website that wasn't getting a lot of traffic, so I just went ahead and shut that down. I am moving to Etsy. Actually, my Shar bags will be the first on Etsy. I got to get them. That's what I'm going to try to work on tonight, is getting my Shar bags on Etsy. If you're not familiar with it, it's a pattern that small little bag, stylish bag, and I did some shorts on it this week on 2 of them that I've made. I've got the 3rd one still. But yeah, Cynthia, it's the one lady I met, and I can't remember. I met her at Ohio Dash. She was sitting on the other side of Diane, and I can't think of her name. She's local. She actually lives not far from where my sister-in-law lives. And we ended up being at the same show before we met at Ohio Dash. That's how we ended up talking, because she recognized my name. My little business thing. I meant to have Cassie give me a cook while she was up and about. And I'm sorry, I cannot remember her first name. I think she's Purple Elephant is her business name. Anyways, she was telling me on her shows, she, oh, well, that's sad. Okay, thanks, Diane. I know she goes by Purple Elephant. I can't remember her name, but anyways, she was telling me she doesn't have anything, because I was talking about, I had like a couple things that were priced a couple, $3, just little cheap zipper pouches. And she said that she doesn't sell anything for less than $5. And she finds some good, and this, she's actually the reason why I was kind of leaning more towards school. I mean, because the one I did at West Claremont, I did well there. I did do a discount on my stuff, but I also still did well. And that's where I do better at. And she kind of is one of the ones that made me think more, to gear more towards the schools, like the boosters, the band groups. I don't know why I'm not sewing. I'm just talking. Let me grab my piece again. So I'm going to get my piece back. I'm going to grab one of my pockets. Sorry about that. I'm just sitting here talking like, pfft. So I got to get my shape. So the bottom of the bag is where it's the widest, right here. So make sure you put it on the right side. Like you place it in the right way. So this is the bottom. So I'm going to put this like here. You can see, I'll show you. I'm going to lay it down. So I'm going to place this like this. I'm going to line the edge of the zipper tape to the edge of the bag and line it up, because you want your wrong side of your pocket to be to the wrong side of your bag, because you're going to take this, fold it over to meet the other side, the edge of the zipper tape, and that's going to be the inside of your pocket. So let me get some tape down on just this side here. But anyway, that's kind of where I'm geared towards the schools. And we're going to see how next year is. Since I've already spent all the money on my racks and stuff, I'm really not out money as far as displays. That money's been spent. Still working on paying, as I was saying earlier, still working on paying that stuff off. But anyway, so that my money's spent. I'm going to use it. work on craft shows this year, learn a little bit more, and see what happens. Is it Cynthia? To do the Kathleen? Yeah, you can contact me. My email, it's Quilted Cactus Shop all together, and then it's SHOPPE. That's kind of designates me from other. There is another quilted cactus out there. I don't think it's an active person, but that name is out there. Um, and I know, Cynthia, I like chatting too. Obviously, I mean, that's the genius of YouTube. I'm telling you. I mean, so I'm going to line this up. So you want to make sure. Let me see how she's got it. Yeah, you want to make sure you line it up. You center it the best you can. You just want to be careful because you don't really want your zipper teeth and your seam allowance at the bottom of your bag. So let me get this out of the way. I'm going to line it up. But anyways, yeah, Quilted Cactus Shop. And that's two, then it will be, and it is cactus, and then shop, all the two S's are together, I should say, at gmail.com. That is where you can reach me as far as if you're interested in anything. But I will, like I say, my shars, two of my shars, I got to put my zipper pull on still. I know, I thought of that. I'm just trying to line this up, get it pressed on the best I can, and I'm going to clip at the top. And I'm going to list them on Etsy, my shars. So they'll be the first ones I put on Etsy. I had one bag out there last year, on Etsy, my Fallon tote. I don't have it anymore. It didn't sell on Etsy. I sold it at a craft show. Actually, a girl from work bought it. So I'm going to grab one of my zipper pulls. I have one right here somewhere. There it is. And it's not got the little tassel on it yet. So I'm going to get my zipper pull. That's one that's going to be the tassels. And get that on. But anyway, so I'm going to try Etsy. And I'm just going to put a few things out there right now because Etsy charges you per month. It's not a lot, but we'll see how that works. But mostly my bags are available at my craft shows. For now. For now. Come on, zippers. I know you can do this. Bingo-ringo. There we go. So let me put this back down to where, and then you're going to stitch just around that curve. Let me clip this on so it doesn't move. But see, I've got it just away from my seam allowance. I think it might be a smidgen too close, but I think I should be okay. But you really don't want to because then that's going to mess up the bottom. So I'm going to do top stitch length of stitching. My stuff, and stitch around that. Let's get this out of the way. Now let me put this down here. Quilted Cactus Shop at gmail.com. But yeah, I got great coworkers. Let me tell you, they came to see me because, like I say, we work from home. The ones that live in the area, because we have now. It used to be just everybody was in the same office, and then after COVID, we also it grew so much. My team, we started hiring in other areas. Our people are in other offices, so we've got them, Virginia. We've got one in Nevada, which is very rare because of their time difference. But they work early and they get off early. But they have to work early, come in early to meet the needs of the team. But anyway, I say all that to say this: the ones that live local came to see me at my shows. A couple different shows, depending on where I was at and where they live. Came to see me, and they're so awesome. They bought bags from me. Sorry, I'm fixing my cushion. They bought bags from me. Look at that. Isn't that pretty? I'm going to do the other side while I'm talking. But they bought bags from me. And great, you know, I so appreciate it. Of course, they didn't have to buy anything from me, but, and they got talking. We were talking in a meeting. So the team that I'm on, I'm an auditor of the team, and me and the other auditors were talking, and two of the, there's 5 of us now. One had bought something from one of my shows earlier in the fall, and then the other 2 came to my last show and got something. Anyways, I'm getting my other zipper pull. So anyways, they were talking about their bags that they bought when they were at the show and everything. They're so cute. Well, the 5th one that just joined our team, she lives in Virginia. And she's like, well, I want a quilted cactus bag. What do you have? And I'm like, well, that's a loaded question, right? So she, I'm making sure I get make sure I'm positioned correctly. Okay. So let me get my, I'm just making sure I'm all positioned right now. All right. So there's my zipper. There we go. So anyways, she, I'm like, you know, what do you like? Because, you know, you hate, because I mean, I don't know her that well, because I was away from that team for a couple years, and she got hired in after I left. So I didn't know her real well. And I'm like, so what do you like? Because the other ones I already knew, so I could, you know, figure out their taste a little better. And she kind of just gave me, you know, blah de blah. And I sent her pictures of, she said send me 3. I sent her 4 pictures. And one of them was my Julie, which is the Simply Classics Julie bag. Hey, Cassie, before you go back upstairs, can you grab a Coke out of the refrigerator and hand it to me, please? Thank you. But, so anyways, I saw a couple of them was my small candy and my large candy. I had those still. And my Julie, which is my pink, Saya pink. Yeah. Oh. Well, that was nice of her. Let's see. I missed some. I have had it for Lindy, and it has been 2 years. I just had 2 years. Oh, thank you. Kathleen, the black and white, yes, it's still available. If you're interested in that, yeah, shoot me an email. I'm catching up on comments. I'm sorry. I'm thinking. Yes, it's still available. I do have that one. If you're interested, let me know, and then we can talk. And then let me get my zipper pull put on real quick before I forget. I need to be folding this over and stitching it on, but I didn't do it just yet, but I will. It's okay. But yeah, so anyways, so I sent her pictures, couple little candy, a large candy, and then my Julie. Again, that's a Simply Classic pattern. It was made out of Saya pink and faux real, and then the this was before she had the gray and faux real. It was the gray that she sells in the Super Signature Smooth as the pocket. It's really, really pretty bag. That's what she ended up picking. And what's funny is her name's Julie. I didn't say what the names of the bags were. I just sent her pictures. And I said, well, I said, you picked the Julie. So the bag she picked was a Julie bag. She liked the green ones, my candy green one. She liked it. But she said she's already got enough green bags. And so she really liked the pink one. But anyway, so yes, all of my audit team, they all now, well, she'll get her purse Monday. They all now own a quilted cactus bag. Pardon me for just a second. Wow, you know, I'm looking at my laptop. That's a big delay. I'm reading my comments on this on my lap. I got my laptop sitting off to the side. And it's to help me because I'm trying to read that stuff, but it's hard sometimes. I got to fix this. This is not. There we go. Yeah, that's a real pretty one. That Alana, my the little Alanas that oh, I did want to mention. So Petal, or Ivana from Petal Sewing Pattern, she just did a that little corner doesn't want it. There we go. I gotta wrestle it. It's the Ilana has got new sizes. Kasaya did a cutout video of her medium size. I tested her new sizes, you know, to make sure when she rewrote the pattern and everything was there. I was one of her testers. But anyways, the little one, the tiny one I made. Oh my god, it's so cute. I made it with, oops, sorry guys. I made it with a vinyl that looks like a quilt. It's really, really cute. Hold on, I gotta fix this. I want my little corners don't want to flatten out, so they're looking. They need to make it work. There we go. I got it. But anyway, these girls absolutely loved that little tiny bag, and it was had like a quilted design on it, and they were teenage girls. I thought it was funny that they really liked it. They didn't get it because I guess the one girl didn't have enough money or something. I don't know what the whole story was, but anyway. So my pockets, my zippers are on. So now you're just going to basically take your pockets and bring it over. I'm going to put some double-sided tape, but you're going to take your top pockets over like that onto the edge of your tape here, and sew that onto your edge of your tape. But I need to get some tape on here. Doodle-doo. I gotta buy some. I gotta get me some double-sided tape. I need to buy some. All right. You can't get your family. I have my let's see, my niece. She really likes my stuff, but she's got 4 kids, so. And she just, I mean, she does buy designer stuff because she's got an older daughter that's, you know, it has to be designer or nothing. And I get on her about it all the time. She's, how old is 17? Woo! I think, oops, my zipper got in the way. I veered off. I think she's going to be 18 this year. 17 or 18 this year. I cannot remember. Isn't that terrible? Hold on, my bobbin's messing up. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hold on. If I can get my needle up just enough. I think I backed up and I shouldn't have. Hold on. This never, well, I shouldn't say never. I don't think this has happened before. I must have backed up when I shouldn't have. Or something to that effect. Plus, it's just going through a zipper and a lining. So that's not a lot of layers for this machine. And I got really close to the edge. That's what happened. That's what I was doing when I uh-oh'd. There we go. All right, we need to do a bobbin check here. Pardon that, I gotta do my, don't laugh at me. That's the only way I can do my bobbin. Oh, making sure there's no threads in here. I don't want to tear it up too. I think I see a thread. Hold on. Just making sure I don't have a thread hiding. All right. Looked like there was some. There it is. I see it. I knew there was a thread somewhere. Oh, that's a red thread. That's from a while ago. Oh, there it is. I see it. I knew there was a thread. Woo, look at that. Don't want to leave that in your machine, do you? When you start sewing. Especially this one. It costs too much to get fixed. Oops. Turn my bobbin the right way. All right. Crises averted. I think I remember when that red thread got down in my machine. When my red thread. I think that was the last time my bobbin messed up, actually. And that's been a while back. All right. Be patient with me. We'll get this done. We will get it done. If I can get my hands to work. Yes, they are, Cynthia. Cynthia, are you the one that was at the Ohio Dash? I think that's you. And I'm trying to remember. But I sat next to Diane and I sat across from Jan. Met Jan. She's nice. She's the nicest person. I sat and talked to her like, I say that about everybody. No, let me reword that. I can talk to anybody, but whether they, talked back to me is a whole other issue. Jan, nice as can be. Nice as can be. I met her, and I'd like to meet her again. I think she said something on Barbie's channel once that she was talking about doing a thing with Chris at Simply Classic. I think they're in Georgia, but they're over by the border, the east side, I think. Which is, what, 7-ish hours away from me? I'd like to go there. Yes, Jan is. No, I wish I was there. Okay, so there was another Cynthia there. Okay. I wish I knew where her dashes are going to be next year. She hasn't announced that yet. I know she talked about trying to get to Florida. Keziah did, because she has, apparently, her Florida fan base is huge. And my guess would be it's probably going to be around Orlando. Would be my guess. Make sure I'm still on the same one. All right. Let's get it done. I mean, come on, Tony. How long does it take you to sew a pocket? Perfect. My rulers. You know, if I didn't have such ADD that makes me want to cut out 15 bags at one time. My zipper is messing up. There we go. I wouldn't have such a mess. I'm currently cutting out another bag, a tester bag. Oh my gosh, it's going to be beautiful. I'm not just going to say it. It's a Christmas themed bag, but it's not going to be for a Christmas release. That's all I can say. But I can't help it. Anyway, I have got such a mess. I cut it wrong. You've ever cut a bag wrong? And it breaks your heart because, let me get these threads cleaned up so they don't peek through. I had a vision for a bag. I had bought this crock 2 years ago from Sally Tomatoes before Annette got hers. And then you're going to sew your pockets shut. So I'm going to do that real quick. But anyways, I had this before Annette got hers, before Annette even started business. Like I say, I've had this for over 2 years, this crock. And it's an olive green crock. It's beautiful. And it's thick. Really nice. I have not had Annette's crock yet, so I don't know what the feel is on it yet. I'm going to this week because I reached out to her and she's shipping me a roll of crock vinyl for me to use. But anyway, I'm going to make another one. I just have to get more crock. I cut the bag, not paying attention. To what I was doing. I'm so mad at myself. Heartbroken. I was. I'm sitting here messaging Annette. I'm like, oh my, do you have this and this color and blah blah? Does it match this? And she was so nice. She's so good. I'm gonna tell you what. Annette's the best. Whoa. My foot. But anyway, I'm telling you, if you have not bought from Tulip Bee, do Tulip Bee. And if you're international, text message her. Just shoot her an email and she'll let you know. I mean, she will ship international. It's just not in her thing because she, calculates the cost before. And that way, you know how much it's going to cost for shipping and so on and so forth. I'm telling you, she's the best. Never met her. It just, through Kasai's stuff is how I guess you could say virtually met her and then started ordering stuff and so on and so forth. But yeah, I really want to meet her someday. I wanted to go to Florida this past fall. I never made it there. And so anyways, make sure you put your zippers, pulls in the right direction. Bye, Karen. I appreciate you watching. And I appreciate it in the red embroidered. Ooh, that sounds pretty. Embroidered candy canes. I need an embroider. Hey, Cynthia, do you embroider? Kathleen, I am in Northern Kentucky. So there's my pockets. There's the back, and they're all closed up. So that's a nice, I mean, you can put a lot of stuff in here. Key fobs, keys, whatever you use. I'm going to trim up these bottoms a little bit so they don't get into my seam allowance. I think I got one. I'm just going to trim that a little bit. But I do ship. Like I say, I just mailed out a bag to a coworker, and she's in Virginia. I mailed my nephew his bag. He loves it, by the way. That's not a pair of scissors I want to use on that end of that zipper. I'm just saying. They're already ruined, but I don't want to ruin them any further. Maine, he's outside of Boston. Mailed out to him. So yeah, I ship all over the US. But anyways, Tulip Bee, she does. You just need to reach out to her. Great stuff. Again, this is all Tulip Bee that I'm using in this bag, except for, of course, zippers and such. All right. Bigger as in taller, Lindiana? Ooh, I need to trim that a little bit. I wouldn't make them any bigger. I mean, you might want to make them deeper, like make them go more towards the middle. Wrong scissors. I keep grabbing the wrong scissors. Where's my zipper? I think I dropped them. Well, it's not ideal, but we're going to do that. Okay. I mean, obviously that's doable. Let's start a fire. I can see what you're saying. Make them a little bit, yeah, deeper. That's obviously an optional. Of course, I wouldn't go any taller because then you're cutting into your slouch effect. I think when I do to get my slouch effect, I might have to do a crinkle like that to get it, because I put that 101 on there. Oh, well, that's what I was saying. Make sure you put your zipper pulls in the right direction so when they're closed, the zipper's at the top. Just a word of warning. All right, guys. That took a little bit. What time is it? 3 o'clock. But you know what that means, right? We got this pocket on. We got that pocket on. That's all cleaned up. That's all done. Okay. So, if you are worried about this is I was talking about in the beginning. If she's so good about giving you tips on bulk, but if you are worried about bulk in your seam, she tells you to sew all the way to the top here and then cut away bulk from the side. She gives you dimensions and tells you what you should do. I'm trying to read real quick here. Sorry. I wonder, I probably should do it. And the reason why, I think it will affect with my seam allowance when I sew the final, sew it to that final. So, let me look. Let me look at this picture real quick. So she's got you sewing all the way up. But you do not cut. Obviously, you don't cut. Okay. The pocket. That's interesting. So she's got you cutting away some of your seam here. So I'm going to do what she suggests. So I'm going to go down a certain stitch, certain amount that she gives you. I just dropped something in my garbage, but that's okay. The garbage is empty. I just cleaned all that out. And you cut away. Well, I'm going to do it this way. So she has you, when you sew this pocket, she has you stitch a certain inches away from the edge. So, and then she has you do it all the way up the side. So I'm going to do that. What she suggests. I'm doing it this way only because I marked the other side of this. I marked this side of the bag. So I'm going to do that. And this is going to be my line on where I know to cut. This is different to me, so. And the reason why I'm doing it this way is because it's got a shape to the side. Rather than trying to draw a line and do all of that, I'm just going to know this is going to be where I'm going to cut. So she has you go in at that line that she tells you to mark, and cut away from that. So I'm just going to go down the line here where I just stitched. It's kind of a kills your thread, but I'm just cutting. And just make sure you cut only the vinyl when you get to the pocket, because you obviously do not want to cut your zipper tape. So when you get to that pocket, just cut only the vinyl. And then at the very bottom, you just have that little bit here to cut. I mean, it's not much, really, honestly. So you kind of see how that's got that little divot right there as you do that. All right. I do love the pockets, and that's what helps gives it structure. And since you're not supposed to be interfacing. I mean, can I pull this off? Probably. Will it ruin my backing? I don't know. But I already got lines and everything. We'll leave it. I gotta do this side. I'm sitting here thinking, what am I doing? What am I doing? Did she have you do that on the other piece? I'm sure she did, and I just didn't catch it. Ba-da-ba. We get my marking here. All right. We got too much going here. This is the way she has you do it. If you want to do it by just marking the sides, obviously that's fine. You don't have to worry about sewing it shut or anything, or sewing it and losing the thread. But when you just, she has you do it this way when you actually sew the zipper, the pocket to the side of the zipper, the side of the bag. So that would be a good time to do it, but. And then you just use that line to trim from. I don't know. I'm going to do it this way because that's the way she's got it in the pattern. So I'm not sure how it affects the final product. So we'll see. This is hard to snip right here. I'm not going to lie, without hitting that zipper. Done. Done and done. Let me look real fast. Something real fast on the other panel. Zipper, zipper, zipper panel. Blah, 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 blah. No, she does not have you do it on the back panel. Interesting. I need to put my name tag on. I have not put my name tag on. And I'm not going to lie, I forgot to put my name tag on one of my shars. I'm still going to do it. I just forgot. And I'm going to have to put it, I don't know. I don't want to put it on the flap because it's gorgeous and it would mess the flap up. Not going to lie. Because I made it out of the Haunted Roses vinyl. Yes, I did. There is a shar with Haunted Roses vinyl. I'm going to try to post it tonight. I will try to get this posted tomorrow. I probably will get my 3 shars on Etsy. Probably this on Etsy. All right. Let me see where we're at. We are ready to assemble the front and back to the base. That is where we're at. Let's get my base. Oh, this is where we're at. All right, let me do this real fast. I'm going to center it. Not going to lie. I want it centered. Front and center, please. Or no. And I chose one with color. Since this is all one color, I want my name tag. I think we will put it off to the side. That would be cute, right? Let's see. That's not what I wanted to do. There we go. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. That is, I'm going 2 inches up. 2 inches up. What time is it? 3:15. 2 inches up. And I put it centered my tag at 3 inches from the side. So I went up 2 inches. I went over from the side, and it's centered at 3. All right. Now I got to sew this on and get my pocket out of the way. It's going to, let's see, interfacing. Let's see. I should have done this before I put the pocket on. But we can do this, right? Dude, let's do this. Get this rule off my back. All right. I got tape in the way, but that's okay. I need to get me some metal tags, but I think I already said that. I think I went over. I did. But I don't have the cash flow for that. I need a lot of things, right? Ew, I don't like that at the top. I went too far down on the top, but that's okay. All right. Boom. There we go. Done. Okay. Now, base. Make sure your base's center is marked. My centers are marked on all 4 sides of my base. My base, I've got my little purse feet on, as I showed at the beginning. My base, instead of using heavy, I bought this 3mm foam off of Amazon. It's just your bare, I don't even know what the name of it is. I bought it for something else. Didn't use it for that, and I've been using it for my bases. I'm going to tell you what, I like it. Hello. I'm sorry, I cannot pronounce your name. All right, so we're going to sew the base onto the bottom. So this goes all this, let's see, center. Oh, that's pretty cool. Pretty cool. So let's get the good flippies. Let me get some of these out so it makes it quicker. Okay, so we're going to clip this on. We're going to start at the center, and then you're going to wrap your bag around the base. That's different. Look at that. That's pretty cool. Do you need, let's see, clip it in place once your side seams are centered. You can staple if you want. You're going to go around like this. So it's kind of like, it's not a gusset, but you got that little, where you need to, I just got my clips off the floor and I just dropped another one. But you're going to want to snip right around this here because you're taking the side of your bag and lining it up to the center of your short edge of your base, like that. So you're going to do your snips like you typically would on a gusset. There they are. So let's do some snips. Now she suggests staples. You can use staples. Let's see what we can do. Let's get I can get my little stapler. A little stapler that I have is, I got it from Wawak. It's the 1/4-inch stapler. It's really small. Staples. Well, it helps if I staple it onto the stuff. If you use the staples, obviously keep them out of your seam allowances. I mean, it does help. make it lay better. Obviously, it makes it doesn't. Oh, I'm out of staples. Let's hope my staples are close by. Is this the right ones? I think these are the right ones. These only take a certain staple. I think these are the too big. Of course, I run out of staples during the live, right? I mean, I think these are too big. Let's see. Oh, these are the right ones. I was trying to make sure I did not have the wrong size handy where I grab the ones. Like I say, these are it's a 1/4 inch, and you can only use 1/4 inch staples, not the standard sizes staples in there. If that makes sense. Yeah, these are the wrong ones. All right, we may not use staples. We may not, as I thought I had my staples handy. Here they are. See, this is what I use right there. And I went ahead and bought the staples off of Wallwack to match. I'll just get rid of that little guy. That's all. I'm not going to need no more than that. And it drops right down in there. They're they're very little. There we go. Okay, back to this. All right. Oh. There to people, I don't know what it was they were talking about lives the other day. And I'm like, yeah, if you want a comedy hour, 3 hours, right? And let's do it to the other side. Match up that side to the center. Clip it in place, and then do some snips. I'm going to put another clip there. It wants to move. Sorry, I've not been reading comments. Oh, nothing since whoever that person is. I'm sorry, I can't pronounce your name. Probably spam, but not spam, but you know, trolls or whatever they call them. All right. So we're going to get that on there. We're going to stitch it at the seam allowance that she gives you. Blah, blah, blah. Trim it. And then do it to the other. So you're going to do both sides just like this. Is your bag still not sewn together? You don't sew. Well, that's interesting. How does that work? We shall see. So, keep in mind, our sides aren't sewn up yet. That's interesting. I mean, I read really fast through this pattern, honestly. I just did a quick read. Number one is because I was trying to figure out how to do this zipper panel. Because I thought there was a zipper panel, and there wasn't. And that's how I figured out how she did the zipper. So we did that, but anyway, so I'm going to sew this down. I'll start here and just go slow around it. Let's get this out of the way before I knock and spill staples everywhere, because I would do that. All right, here we go. Here we go. Well, not liking my placement. There we go. Let me read real fast. Staple, hold the piece, body blah, sew the bottom. Okay. It's interesting. Let's see. I have a staple that's awful darn close to my seam allowance. I've not sewn a base on a bag like this before. That's why I'm kind of, am I doing this right? Because I've not done it like this before. Okay, thank you, Kathleen. I will check it after I get done here. I got to check my emails and stuff anyways when I get done here. I got to do the boring part of this adventure. I love cutting out bags, sewing bags. That's obvious. But then I got other stuff I got to get done, and like ship bags. I do ship sometimes by the regular postal service, but I typically ship FedEx, mainly because they're right by where I live. I live like a mile, less than a mile from a FedEx. And honestly, it's not much more to ship FedEx than it is United States Postal. It's just the post office is further away than that. So there's one side. That's pretty cool. And then we're going to sew the other side, do the exact same thing. There we go. You know, you could, on this pocket, you can't make it any deeper. Well, it goes around. I was wondering if you could make the zipper, but that's kind of big enough, right? That's nice. That's a good cell phone pocket right there. I'm not going to lie. It's in the back of your bag, and it's got it zippered shut. That's a good cell phone. The side pockets, to me, are good. Put your keys. You put stuff like that there, and then you put everything, dump everything else in the side of the bag. Look at that. That's a big bottom. Hold on, big bottom. Oops, trim these threads. This is stuff. I am going to make another one of these bags. So I'm just going to butt it right up against that other one. I think I'm doing this right. I did not watch all. Truth here, I did not watch all of Shanova's tutorial. I should have watched it all. And it's nothing against her or tutorials, because I love watching her tutorials. I just didn't have the full time to do this. And I really wanted to do this bag, and I thought today would be a great day to do it. She's got it still on sale. I'm just promoting her because I like her bags patterns. So I am going to I get nothing out of it. I'm just letting you know that, and she's got a sale right now. So, and she's very generous enough to allow people to do tutorials on her bags. And I think that's wonderful. I wanted to let the other, the ones that did the step-by-step tutorials get theirs out there too. And honestly, like I was saying at the beginning of the video, if you're wanting a literal step-by-step tutorial on this, without all of the guesses and knowing what you're doing, go to Shenova, and it's That's So Nova, S-E-W. I still feel like this should be overlapping, but it's not. It's not what she says. I've read it twice. I've read it. I don't know. Anyway, That's So Nova, step-by-step tutorial. And then it's Vanessa Lepick, L-E-P-P-E. She's got it in her pattern. Vanessa Lepick YouTube, L-E-P-P-E-K. They've got step-by-step tutorials on this bag. Probably much better than me. Not probably. I'm going to say much better than me. I do this because I think it's fun, and if I want and if it's going to be a step-by-step, I would do a recorded video. But I do the lives because it's fun. Fun, fun, fun. Fun, fun, fun. Stapling, I'm not going to lie, I think it's easier on this kind of edge. And this is the cheap stapler at Wallwack. I think it's 15 bucks. I mean, let me reword that. What the cheapest? The cheapest. See, I'm curious, and I think I know why we did that cutout on this bag. But you're not overlapping or anything at the bottom. You're just buttoning them up against each other. Very interesting, to say the least. All right. Very interesting. All right, so let me get this back up underneath here. Whoops, whoops, whoops. There we go. All righty, let's do it. Let's do it. Just keep the pushing down when you go around that curve and you get that little puff. Just push it down either with your fingers. Just work it so you don't get any puckers. Like that. Oh. There we go. So fast when we can, where we can sew fast, right? All right. So this is what we got. Let me clean some threads here. Check for comments. All right. Nothing new, nothing new. This is what we got. See how it's like that? Base is on. The sides are not sewn together yet. Pretty neat. I'm looking ahead here. Looking ahead. Flip the bag, opening to hold. But the sides aren't sewn together yet. I'm still confused. I'm not gonna lie. Stop it. My husband's being funny. Sorry, guys. All right, so you are gonna sew. Hold on, I might have done something wrong. No surprise there. I'm trying to read, and I apologize. I did mess up. I'm so embarrassing. I'm so embarrassed right now. I totally messed up, guys. Totally messed up. Oh, man. Now, if this wasn't alive, I'd be pausing right now. It's 3:30. I messed up the bag. You are supposed to sew a side shut. I knew something wasn't right, and I totally went right past it, and I looked right at it. Where part where I did the trimming part, that's after you sew the sides together. I mean, you talk about an embarrassing moment. That's just more embarrassing. That's just like, I don't know what words I want to say because there's just no words for it. Well, I know what I want to say, but I won't be that mean to myself. Well, I need to be that mean to myself. Pure stupidity is what that is. That's what I'm thinking. My husband just came downstairs, and I can just imagine what he's thinking right now. So I have to take my staples out. I need to take my base back off that I just sewed on. Oh, thank you, Kathleen. Oh, I know. I mean, obviously, we're not all, we're not perfect. I know that. And it's just embarrassing doing it on a live. I'm serious. It's very embarrassing doing this on the live. But, I don't know. That's what I was like I'm saying. I mean, it's like, a comedy of errors watching me live. That's why people shouldn't be embarrassed to do lives. It's just don't do what I do. How's that sound? Do the opposite of what I do. I should title this video, watch me as I mess up sewing Simplistic Slouch shoulder bag, right? And it's bad enough. I've got staples in here that I got to take off before I unstitch it. It's either I laugh or I cry. My goodness. Kathleen, let me make sure I got your email too, just before we leave too. I want to make sure I have it so I don't miss it. All right, let's get Jack out. I just knew something wasn't right. I mean, obviously, because I kept talking about it, something wasn't right. And I just could not wrap my head around it. That I totally missed on a whole. I mean, it's on page 30. And I sat there and I looked. You see me reading, and I'm sitting here not understanding something. So I got to be careful now when I sew these together because I already trimmed my seam allowances down. Oh my gosh. I'm kind of glad I got the 101 in it now because taking this apart would make it, I'd be worried I'd tear my vinyl because this is a thin vinyl. I think my next one, I'm going to make the next one right, but I'm going to make it, I don't know. I've got some Mora, which she made one of her bags that she has in her picture is of Morpho. Or I've got corduroy. That would be neat. Oh, I don't know if I've got enough. I do, I think. I've got a color of corduroy I've never used when I bought a bunch of corduroy from Zipper Valley last year. That would be neat. One in corduroy. Ooh, that's what we're going to do. My next one's going to be in corduroy. I should have enough. My problem with the corduroy is you got to use, of course, you got to watch the direction when you do it. And I got to make sure I have enough corduroy. I might do that if I have enough. Oh, I hate doing this. I'm so scared I'm going to rip my vinyl. I've ripped my vinyl doing this before, but I'm trying to hurry. But I don't want to ruin it. All right. Oh my gosh. Well, guys, I hope you got a good laugh this afternoon. It's like, let's pause the video and come back, right? Oh, I know, Diane. I just, you know, Lindiana, I'd be the same way. If I watched whoever I was watching, if they did that live, I'd still watch too. Because I just love watching the lives. I know a lot of them do the, and I'm going to tell you what, and when Barbie was talking about doing lives and talking, and Kasai's, you know, been doing some tutorials, it is so much easier to do the lives. It's more embarrassing because you see all your, they're all the mistakes, but, ooh, this scares me doing this. But this is a sharp one. All right. Oh my gosh, I am so covered with threads. Ouch. Well, Cynthia, this is for us non-football watchers, right? Because I seen that you said you didn't watch football. Oh my gosh. I got to get these threads out before I move on. I can't. This is a good vinyl. It's not, now if I was using the Signature Smooth, I would be concerned over tearing my vinyl when I sew back on. I honestly, if I was using her Signature Smooth and I had to stitch, when I stitched this back on, I would actually make my seam allowance just slightly, either slightly larger or slightly smaller, so I wouldn't be sewing in the exact same spot, because the Signature Smooth can tear. I love the vinyl, but you got to be careful with that. I've done it. Let me just say that. That's how I know. I've done it. All right, let's see how fast I can get these little threads out. Oh my gosh, that's funny. But anyway, yeah, I would still watch no matter what, because it's just, what was it? I'm trying to find something yesterday to watch. I mean, I watched Susan, which I just sat down when I was finishing up on finishing up my Char actually yesterday. I sat down and I watched Susan do her cutest little tote. Those things are adorable. What's funny is I had just seen something like that at Walmart. Those little tiny totes at Walmart. I took a picture of it. I'm like, oh, that would be cute to make a pattern for. Don't need to now, because Ellie did, and we don't need. I still need to buy it though. I haven't bought that one yet. Okay, let's get my panel sewn together now, because I'm goofy and I already trimmed my front panel. I just got to be careful when I put these together, because I'm going to use my back panel as my guide for my seam allowance. Hold on, let me get this out. There we go. Let me just hear my husband. There we go. Ugh. All right. Boom. Let's get these sewn together. So since I've got that little hangover there, I'm going to use this, and I'm just going to be really careful when I line this up to make sure I don't lose. I mean, if it's a little teeny tiny smaller, it's not going to hurt. I'm just going to kind of keep that. And this, I'm going to go over just a smidgen like that. It should line up perfectly, though, with the zipper. So let's see. I just need to make sure this stays lined up, because the zipper itself was not trimmed, obviously. Alexis, if you ever do see this and you find it, I am so sorry. I messed up your pattern. It's not you. Trust me. It was me. And so I'll have that little gap, of course, like I was saying, but we can do this, right? All right. I did, Kathleen. I cut everything by hand. My daughter has a well, these don't have SVGs because it's so big, but my daughter does have a silhouette. I'm trying to use it on another pattern, but I'm just not really good with that for some. I mean, I could learn it, honestly. Obviously, I mean, it's not something that can't be learned, but it's I'm having a hard time importing the files for the pattern that I was testing, and so I ended up cutting them all by hand. And it's not. I think it's the what you call it that we have, the package. I don't know. All right, let's get this done. Now, usually on like the smaller stuff, you can get SVGs sometimes. Some people will offer you SVGs for free, that included in the pattern, and then some will. I'm just sitting here just reveling on my I don't want to say stupidity. It's stupidity. I'm sitting here running stuff through my head, and I just can't. Whoa. So yeah, I'm using the panel that I haven't cut as my guide. Okay. I gotta make sure my zipper pull doesn't get in my way. There we go. Oh my gosh, I thought we were almost done. There we go. I'm not going to trim. Well, I do need to trim down my seam allowance on my bag a little bit, so she uses a larger seam. Where's this? There it is. Oh my gosh. I'm glad you guys are patient. I really do. Oh. Hey, we're sewn together now. Let me do a quick trim on the piece that I didn't trim yet. So silly me. All right. Just again, make sure you don't trim on your zipper. Just go behind it. I must have looked pretty silly when I was doing that earlier. That's all I can think of. All right, there we go. And again, make sure you don't cut on your zipper tape. All right, give me 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Oh, okay. Okay. So I was able, Kathy, I did get your email, so I will respond back to you after, or Kathleen, I should say. I apologize. All right. Back to the base. Back to the base. Let's do this over again. So. Boom, da boom. Well, my edges are already clipped, so I don't have to do my edges around to do that. So let's see how fast we can put this on. Centers, I always, of course, start at centers, go to centers, and then work it around. I just did a base like this on the Ivana from Halil. That's a cute little bag. That's an adorable little handbag. I'm not gonna lie. I did on that one. I did add D-rings on it to make it a crossbody. I will correct that a little bit. I should have put my D-rings down further where they stuck out about 1/2 of an inch. So if anybody does do that bag and seen that video, I need to edit my description just so anybody knows that wants to do that, is to use the D-rings, cut them, push the down. I mean, it's okay where they're at, but they do stick out a little bit. So they kind of flop a little bit because of the D-ring. So, you know what, though? I'm not stapling. I am going to risk it and just do it. Well, risking it would just not be clipping it at all, right? Whoops. All right. Oh. Telling you, if you need a laugh, come watch one of my videos, right? Oh. And that little black Alana that you've seen, Kathleen, anybody's interested, the top of that vinyl, the little floral print, that is, and I don't know if you can get it anymore. I got that from Lauren Romino. That is, the top of that is what I used for my Johnny B. It's such a real pretty. I've got a few scraps left of it. A little, well, not a few scraps. I got like a little scrap of it left, But I use that floral from my Johnny B. I love it. I've not been able to use yet. But I'm going on a trip next year. I'm telling you. Aren't we, sweetie? We're going on a trip next year. My husband's down here. He's probably got his earbuds in. He can't hear me. Or he's ignoring me. I need the stronger clips for this edge here. Getting a little snug here, but that's good, right? I think I cleaned my floor before I did this video before I went live, and I think I've dropped 2 more clips on the floor. All right, one more. Let's get this done. So once we get this done, we do have to do the lining, which I don't think it's too long. So if you guys let me know if you need to go, or football, boy. My husband used to watch football. Oh, I forgot one edge. If you need to go, let me know. If you need, just let me know. I don't, obviously you don't, you can go when you want, but I think I'm just going to finish it anyway. So that way, if you have to go, if you want to watch it later, you go for it. That way, it's all on video. Okay. That's all recorded in case you have to go, I should say, since this is taking longer. I'm not going there. Let's do this. I sew it the bottom down. It's easier to sew these type of bases like that. All right. Sorry for the thing. And you just kind of got to move your pockets out of the way too, because if you're not careful when you're doing all this scrunching, your side pockets will get in the way. I'll get to these corners here. I just gotta go slow here. I'll probably talk about this for a week. So Friday, when I realized Friday that I cut that bag out wrong, I came back. We had my work meeting. This was at lunchtime. We were talking about it in my work meeting, waiting for my manager to come to the meeting. And I was talking about it. And my manager's sister makes bags, too. She's a bag maker. I don't think she follows YouTube, watches YouTube bag makers. I don't think she does. But anyways, it was so funny because I was talking about it. And she's like, Jeanette's like, oh, I'm sorry I'm late, so on and so forth. And what y'all talking about? And Kayla, the girl I work with, she's like, oh, we're just sitting here listening to Tony talk about her passion of her bag making. I'm like, oh, I was talking about me messing up a bag, cutting out a bag. But she was saying how about her sister, she's like, how much passion she has in her bag making. I just got to keep my seam allowance, the correct seam allowance going around these corners so it doesn't, because sometimes I end up going too narrow when I get to these rounded edges. Ooh, I need some Tylenol for my hands. I'm not going to lie. Last corner, and this is the one that wants to go up, mess up. Let me get my tweezers here. This is the one that doesn't want to, whoops, don't rip it. Yep, almost a pucker. There we go. We are, woof, look at this. Look at this. If you could see it, look at it. Boom. Oh, watching me and football. Well, I'm better than football. I'm funnier than football, right? So what game are you watching? Because I don't know. There's like 15 football teams in California. I just never got into it. My husband watched it years ago, and I watched it in 88, 89 when we went to the Super Bowl. I had my son in 88. So I'm going to trim this down from the base down. Making sure before I trim that I did it right. Right? Look at that. Ooh, look at that. Well, she's got some slouch, right? But anyway, yeah, I mean, I know about football, but I'm not a big sports person. The red zone. I'm not sure what that is. My husband watches on YouTube. They do like replays of the high spots and some low spots for whatever. Depends on the team you're rooting for. And watches those. That's what he watches now. Say I'm not a football fan, and I am definitely, and I know people, if you're from the greater Cincinnati area, I am definitely not a Joe Burrow fan. Ugh. Sorry, he's too much. All right. Now, let's do our lining real quick. Oh, we got to prep for, oh my goodness gracious. So we're going to prep for the drop-in. So you're going to put some snips in your corners here. You're going to put some snips there like we did that little pocket. So I'm going to throw in some snips real quick here. We're going to put our double-sided tape down for our, and you're going to snip it up to where she has you drop the seam. So when you draw your line, you've got one on this inner line here, the one that's closer to the edge. This starts out at one measurement, and then it drops to a wider seam allowance or a wider measurement here. So just snip around that corner, and you can stop right at where it increases to the larger on that. So you got your snips in like that. And you got to do these in these little corners so it lays right, just like we did on our little side pockets. And I'm just snipping right up to that line because that's where we're going to fold it when we do our drop-in. That should be good. And if you snip it and then you think you need another one, you could always put an extra snip in as you fold it if you feel like it's too bunchy. You just be careful. If you're doing it the way I'm doing it, just be careful you don't accidentally snip the other side and snip it wrong spot. All right, that's snipped. That's snipped. This needs snipped. All right, and then we're going to put our double-sided tape down, and then we can move to our lining, which is just that slip pocket. Well, let me reword that. It's the slip pocket and getting the zipper on. The Red Zone 2. What's the Red Zone, Jim? Do you watch that? I think he's got his earbuds in. All right, so my snips are in. Get my double-sided tape. I do use a 1/4 inch. And then line it just above that bottom one. And I'm going to do it for both sides. All the way from the down and go all the way around. From the top down. And all the line preps, she has you do that the very first thing. Where you draw all your lines and stuff. And she has that, does that right at the beginning, which is great that she points that out. And it's great that I actually sat and read it because I'd have messed that all up, right? How do you miss a whole step? How do you do that? I mean, a crucial step. I mean, that's like, I don't know. What they call them, rookie mistakes? Ugh. All right, I'll stop talking about it. I will stop talking about it. Did I do that right? No, I need to go out. Okay. I'm just following the line. Oh. Yeah, I don't know what he watches. I just know he watches something on YouTube. Because I mean, we have, like, the basic channels. But like I was saying earlier, we don't watch any shows on regular TV anymore. Well, he doesn't watch anything at all. If he has to watch commercials, he won't watch it. I've spoiled him. Because when we watch, because like I said, I've got Paramount Plus. And I paid the few extra bucks to watch it without commercials. But we don't keep it. It's like I do unsubscribe to things as I don't use, like BritBox and Acorn. When our shows are on, we watch it. And then I unsubscribe. All right. She has you, okay. So she has you go ahead and double side and tape these little flaps. So that way when you open up your seam, they stay. Just be careful. If you've got a machine that does not like double-sided tape, I would not advise you to do this part. My domestic hates double-sided tape, and every time I tried to use it like that and it got into it, I would skip stitches. I mean, it would just be a mess. So if you do it that way. So let's go ahead and get this folded down, and this will be prepped, and this will be officially done. So you're going to fold this down to the line that you previously drawn. And it should lay, again, it should lay nicely if you've got your snips in there. But if you need an extra snip, but I think we're good. I think if you snip to where your seam goes out, I'll show you here in just a second. I'm going to do this other side. My backing came off. There we go. And then I'll show you what we got going here. So I'm just folding this to that line. Oh, gotta use my... All right, and now I'm going to go down. Oh, that's so cute. Oh, gosh, I think I'm going to have to make another one of these soon. Without the 101. Without the 101. I almost want to just rip it off. But that's not going to happen. All right. See how that looks like that? Lays nicely like that. Okay. Oh, well, I've got more scraps in here for the dog to get when she comes back down, right? She'll come snooping in my little garbage box. She sticks her nose in it. And then she's wanders off looking for... It's like, I swear, these dogs, they know exactly where to go. Once they realize where you keep the goodies. Silly dog. That dog is smart as a tack. I know it's the breed because what they're bred for, but so my daughter was saying her siblings went to Alaska, probably for dog sledding or just general working, because these are working dogs. Okay, so let's got that is done. I'm gonna set this down here. All right, lining, slip pocket time. I didn't press my smoothy smooth out. All right, so let's get our pack 4, grabbing our stuff here. Let's get our lining slip pocket. All right, you're going to fold it just like this, wrong sides together, and it's going to have a shape to it. It's wider at the bottom than the top. I'm going to put a clip here just on this side just to hold it, keep it from slipping so it stays straight, because this is going to be in your seam. So your bottom of your slip pocket, you leave raw because it will be in your kept in your seam, so you won't see that raw edge there. So we're just going to top stitch this, go along here and do a top stitch. I mean, you can do a double. I'm going to do a double top stitch because I like it. Whoa, double top stitch. I'm going to try to go fast though. I check on my videos to do like the chapter things. I'm hoping they do it on lives too. That way people can jump like to the end or something if they have to go out and then they want to come back and watch like the end of it or something. I'm hoping you guys can do that. So you don't have to sit. I mean, I know you can just fast forward it, but gotta love a double stitch. All right, done. Let me get my measurements. Now I'm going to go ahead and measure. I'm going to measure most of hers, but I'm going to make my pen pockets. Yes, perfect for. So I'm going to put probably dead center, a spot. Let's see, what is her measurements? Let me see what she's got. She does have a small one, which I think is good for pens. Let's see, what is that measurement? Okay. We're going to do hers the way she measures it, because she's got a thin one in there, a skinny pocket where you can slip pens in. So we're going to use those measurements. I'm not going to draw full lines. My chalk is not here. It's at the other table. So we're just going to do, I'm just going to do little dots at the top and the dot at the bottom. All right. So first one is, okay. Well, my ruler isn't that wide, so I'm going to have to do it this way. I don't need that anymore on the sides. And more clips in the garbage. Okay. You won't see it at the bottom, so I'm just gonna mark it from the top and the bottom. And then you go over from there. And then over from there. These are just, to say, this is a nice long pocket, but she's got like divided out into 3 larger and 1 skinny. All right. So now we're going to sew our pocket onto our lining. Grab our lining, put our pocket on. Look at that. And like I say, the sides, the bottom, they're all going to be worked into the bag seam allowance. There we go. Nice. So if you're careful, if you're worried about layers, don't use something as thick as what I've got. It may be too much for your sewing machine. So be careful. Like I said, I only got this, picked this because I couldn't find anything else I liked to be my lining pocket. There we go. All right, so let's get these pockets. So I'm going to sew on the divider parts first before I do that. I just got to find my little line that I made. That's very, very hard to see. Go up right by it, over one stitch, and back down. I'm just going to creep over to the next pocket. I think that's how she has it. She might have you do it. No, she doesn't have you do it the exact same way as I do. I'll show you what I'm doing when I get to my next pocket. There's my next pocket. Or my next. Okay. So I'm going up. Whoa. By the line. Sorry about that. Right by that line. I'm going right up to it. And when I get up to the top, I'm just going over one stitch while I'm on the slip pocket. And it's like I say, it's just one stitch. And what that does is that gives it like a little box. And I think it gives it more support for the pocket when you're yanking on the pocket and stuff. I like that. Look. And your stitch length, if it's not too long, it should be fine. All right, I need to go over now. This is my short one. And go up. And I'll show you, as soon as I get done doing this, I'll show you what I've got. And then I'm going to go ahead and baste the sides, finish basting it on. So this is just a baste to get the pocket to stay on when I sew it together. I know. My daughter's other dog, she was so funny. She was hilarious. She loved her bedtime. And she would sit there and howl at my daughter and lay there and howl and whine when it was bedtime. When it was her bedtime. The dog's bedtime, not my daughter's. And she was like an old, no offense, because I'm older, but she was like an old woman dog, old man, old woman dog. She had to have everything at a certain time, and she was part hound. She had hound in her. She was a mutt, and she would just whine and howl. This one barks at you. She's a barker. See, look, you got that pocket there. You can put 2 pens in that pocket. So you see how I did that? And then you got that one in the center. And this is the setup that she suggests. And I like it because you can put 2 pens in that pocket. And it's a big bag, so you want something to put your pens in. All right, let's sew our pockets together. Oh, we got to do our zipper. Gosh, you got to be able to close it. So let's get our zipper. We're going to do the standard 90-degree turn on our zipper end. Thank you guys for sticking with me. I really appreciate it. I mean, this has gone way too long. Not going to lie. All right. Way. Of course, if you put mark in my fact that I don't know how to read directions. Oh my goodness. I was not going to talk about it anymore, and I still am talking about it, right? I don't like that. Well, we're going to be stuck with it, so let's just make sure this matches it. Just make sure it matches. It's not quite a 90 degree. I'm going to tell you that right now. But I took my pen out too soon, and it popped up a little bit. More out of 45, a 45, but it still works. So somebody's cooking something. I can smell it. Gosh, 4:20. We've been going out this, what, 3 hours? Whew, that's terrible. Terrible, terrible. Clean these threads up. Now, this is what I think is kind of neat. I don't know if I've done this on a bag before. Oh, I need to trim these off before I singe it. I just wish I knew what I dropped my... Oh, there's my zipper scissors on the floor. All right. I really didn't want to use those other scissors again. All right. So there's my zipper. All right. So I got my zipper ready. You're going to go, she gives you a certain measurement to go in on. Now she has you start with your, making sure that she just says one main lining. So depending on where you want your zipper at to open, like if you want to open it up this way or this way, I prefer when I have my purse on my shoulder. See, there's my back of my bag, and there's the front of my bag. So I'm going to hold it like this. I prefer to, when I reach into my bag off of my shoulder, I prefer to go like this. So I want, this is going to be on the front right here. I want my zipper to start, my end of my zipper to start on this side of my main lining with the split pockets. I really hope that makes sense. So I'm going to make a measurement. Lay down some double-sided tape. What size? Oh, I need to go in a little further. I don't have in far enough. Okay. And you're going to sew your zipper directly on to the top part of the lining like this. Instead of a zipper placket, how you usually, let me see where you got to stop at. Okay. Let me get a measurement where you're going to stop your zipper at. Okay. So I'm going to stop my tape here. Is that where I just marked? Yeah. And then I'm going to, when I put my zipper, I'm going to put it face down because when it goes up, this will be like that. So let me pull this backing off. Put my zipper down. Again, we're taking it straight on. So we're going to start where she tells you, place your zipper down onto your lining, directly on your lining, I should say. I like this too because it closes it up, it cinches it up. Okay, so where you get to that mark right here, because you want a free tail on your zipper, you're going to take that and you're going to kind of do a little, veer it down a little bit. What I typically do is I'll put a clip right where it's supposed to go down. And then I will clip the end of the tail like that to hold it down so I know it's supposed to be there. And then we'll sew this on. Okay, so you go ahead and you're going to just baste it on. Now, you could, if you wanted to, go ahead and put the upper piece on as well at the same time. If you're confident and you're sewing, because you're ultimately going to do that anyways. So this is what's cool about it. Your zipper is already sewn in there. You don't have to mess with the zipper pocket or anything. If you're confident enough to do this, which, I mean, I've sewn enough on that I'm going to do this now. And it kind of actually saves you a step, to be honest with you. So I'm going to go ahead and clip this on. But I like to do my zipper onto this material with tape. Because I just don't like the zipper to shift. If your zipper starts shifting, then you'll get like a wavy zipper. Or if you sew it and you just miss it, you know, you get that wavy zipper. I mean, you can't avoid it all the time, but I don't like my zipper to shift. I want to keep that clip there, though, so it reminds me, because it's a different clip, it reminds me where it's supposed to veer off. But I'm going to just keep on clipping my upper lining piece. So, before you sew, what it is you've got your lining piece here. You've got your zipper, just your zipper tape. And then you've got your upper lining, top trim lining, upper lining on top, sandwiched with the zipper in the middle. So we're going to sew this on at the seam allowance that she gives you, the final seam allowance. If you don't do it this way, you want to baste your zipper on at the basting stitch length. Then you will sew this on at the regular seam allowance. Just make sure when you get to that zipper end of that zipper, you've got to make sure that tapers off, or your zipper won't look right at the end. It'll look kind of off. And I am to that part, so I'm just going to watch my zipper, making sure it stays there. So when I take that clip off, it doesn't shift. There we go. All right, now we're going to separate our zipper. That's always a scary part for some people, but it'll be okay if you separate it. So you want to go ahead and separate it like that. But see how you've got your zipper like that? Whoops, I'm losing my zipper. Like there's just your zipper tape. That's it. And then you're going to top stitch on the lining. So make sure your zipper upper piece is folded up. Your lining, of course, is down. And you're going to top stitch right on the lining. Make sure you're not sewing on your zipper. You want to make sure your zipper, I mean, it'll automatically point up, but you want to make sure your zipper's still pointing up. And you want to make sure that zipper's out of the way, that little zipper tail's out of the way when you do it. You don't want to accidentally sew it to the piece. Like that. And see how the zipper tail is like kind of off like that? So there's that. All right. I'm going to sew the other zipper. I got the other lining. I've got my top piece. Uh-oh. My zipper hit the floor. I'll be right back. Everything hits the floor. All right. So, This way, now you on your other panel, you're going to do it the zipper opposite. Because when you put them together, you want to make sure. Now, what I'm going to do, only because I got to double check myself, especially since I'm making silly mistakes. Where's my roller? There it is. You want to do opposite. So the measurement that she gives you from the right side on the one panel, you want to do it from the left side. There we go. And then let me get my measurement on this side. That's not it. That's it. Right? That's not it. I don't trust myself. I got to do it the right way. There we go. Let me put my double-sided tape down. Where's my mark? There it is. Problem with putting tiny little marks like that, you look at that. You can't, sometimes you can't see it because I put them so like, all right, so remember, we're starting it face down. We're going to start it on the opposite side of your piece when your teeth down. And then what I'll do is I will actually hold it up to my other panel, making sure I have it in the right direction. All right, so there's that. I'm going to put a clip here and a clip down here at the bottom. Now, I'm going to grab my other piece, and again, I'm just going to match it up, put them face together, making sure that they match. And that's like I say, I'm making such goofy mistakes right now. I want to double check. I probably still would have done it even if I hadn't made that mistake. But and I feel that this bag is flatbed friendly for top stitching. I'm thinking that I will be able to top stitch it with the top thread to get to be on the exterior. Normally, I have to use my bobbin thread to be my outside of my bag, and I really don't like doing that. While it doesn't look bad, it looks so much better from the top. Or I could turn the bag inside out, but you know, I've never really done it that way. I lied. I think I've done it one time. And it's so hard because when you turn your bags inside, you know, you just keep turning them inside and out. Number one, it's hard on the hands. And number two, it is hard on your bag. Oh, I had my daughter once help me turn a bag. I made this one bag. I got a little bit crazy on the interfacing, and it was using Sally Tomato's faux croc, but it was her red faux croc. And then I put, don't ask why. I mean, it's already a thick vinyl. I put 2 layers of Decoville on the bag. I don't know why. And it's one of those bags when you put it together, you got to sew in the tunnel to finish off the exterior of the bag. That was not a pretty sight. That was crazy. And I had to have my daughter help me turn that bag one day. She's like, she's seen me over here struggling. And she's like, do you need help? I'm like, I would love for help. And this is a drop-in. And I am all for drop-ins. I'm not going to lie. All right. I didn't mark this yet. But that's okay. It doesn't say to mark anything. Okay. Turn your main lining and trim the top trim lining corners. Oh. She gives you advice on bulk. Bulk removal, I'll show you. Like I said, she's really good about it. She has you go in and trim off some of that corners like that, so you don't have all that bulk. Like I said, my machine can handle it, but that's what she has you do. So she has you do some trimming just to eliminate bulk on that. All right, so we're going to go ahead and do our marks here. I should have already done this, but she's got you do the markings just like you do the top. Let me see how fast I can do this. I should have read ahead and already done this. It shouldn't take that long. Really shouldn't. So we are going to do the exact same thing we did. Well, this is a little whiter, isn't it? As we did on the main panels. Okay. 1, 2. Okay. So let me get this going. So you've got your markings. I wish my little roller's up there and it would be easier with my little roller. But we're going to do this. So I'm just going to go down around at this is my first line. I'm just making around the curves, just making little marks to connect the dots. Yeah, that's right. Oh, I'm messing up, guys. I think I need to, let me do it this way. Yeah, I'm messing up. I knew I was doing something wrong because that's what I do, right? All right, now I'm at the straight away, so I am just going to go ahead and draw that line and then connect the dots. That's all you got to do, honestly. Like that. You freehand it. Is that right? Let me check. I'm going to check myself. There we go. It works. All right. I thought I was 2, but I forgot. All right. So see, there's the one line there. And I'm going to do real quick, do the exact same thing as I did on the other. You start with a more narrow. Ba-de-da. One more. And then you do the bigger seam. And then you kind of just do a curve to meet up with each other. Connect the dots. I wish I had my little ruler. It would be so much faster. This big roller's in my way. I need to go more narrow on this one. You start with the narrow. Until you get to where you get to what I call the straightaway. Then you go to the bigger seam. And then you just connect it. I just do like a little swoop. Connect it. And then I do the larger seam here right on the straight part of the line. Like that. All right, let's get some tape on it. Oh, let's do the snips. Snips in the curve. Okay, one more. Again, I'm just snipping up to that first line. That should be good. Tape, tape, tape. Ooh, we're running low on tape. Ooh. Oh, hello, Barb. No, I am not in Tucson. I wish I was in Tucson, but I am not in Tucson. That is why I call myself Quilted Cactus. I would love to live in Tucson. And if I ever had that desire to miss snow, all I had to do was drive up to Mount Lemon. That's pretty cool. We drove up there when we went to Tucson last summer. We were in Tucson. And, oh my gosh, I gotta do the other panel. Wow. And that was pretty cool. The first time we did there, we didn't drive all the way to the top, but the last time we drove all the way to the top. And that's like the cutest little, it is the cutest little area. It's like it's a ski village. We were in there in the summertime, so it wasn't like packed or anything, but it was still busy. And it was the neatest thing. I really liked it. Little tiny chalets or rentals they have there. I'm not a skier, so of course I'd never go up in the winter to ski, but it was really neat. I'm going too far up. There we go. Talking and I'm not paying attention to my numbers. 2. Well, poo. Can't get my ruler. There we go. All right. It's a lot to do this, but to make sure your bag is 1, 2. Okay. There we go. To make sure it's right, of course, you want to take the time to do this. I just wish I'd have thought about it before I did the tutorial, or I have this part already done. She just doesn't have this part until you get to it. And then, honestly, you could do this before you get to this step. I mean, there's nothing wrong in prepping this beforehand. Just remember when you do that the most outer line, when you get to that straight part, you want to go to a bigger seam. Right when it gets to the straight. And then you just connect. My lines are very sloppy right now. There we go. I hope I got more. I'm sure I got more double-sided tape. I'm not paying attention. Oh, okay. Oh. I know, Barb. My name is a little, the shop part. I did that to, what was I going to say? I did that to, separate myself. As I was saying earlier, there's a quilted cactus out there. It's not an active thing, but it is a name that has been used. So I was trying to separate myself from it. So I added the word shop. But I tell you what, I would love to change it to Quilted Cactus Designs, is what I want to do. But my daughter thinks it might be too confusing to people if I change shop to design. I don't know. I really want to next year. I really want 2026 because there's a reason for it. Because I want to start designing bags. I have a bag that I want, it's not necessarily a bag. I have something I want to design. There went my clippies. That's nice. And I want to get merch because I think that does confuse people. There's a lot of good fabric stores in Tucson. I went, when we were there a few years ago, I bought, let's see, I went to 2 or 3. There's like 2 or 3 right in the Tucson, right in that area. I bought some It was 2 years ago because that's when I had the infection in my hand. All right, so this is ready to go. We are going to, she doesn't have you fold it down until after it's sewn together, but I just went ahead and did it. It's done. So let's get these sewn together and then let's get this bag up. Don't forget to get your tails out of the way so they don't get accidentally sewn in your bag. Oh my God, it's 5 o'clock. Lord have mercy. This was not supposed to go this long. Match up your sides where your top upper piece goes. I always start there first and then work my way up and work my way down. Clip this. I didn't want to stop and finish it another day because I worry, like I did with the Susu sling. I got so busy with work, I never came back to finish the Susu sling that week when I said I was going to. Some already went ahead and finished their bag. And I didn't fold down the other side. Silly me. But anyway, so I didn't want to do that. We'll just finish it out. It'll just be another long video. And you can always fast forward through it. So, on a side note, I'm working on a change in my full tutorials. Let's see. Let me make sure of seam allowances before I okay, I'm making sure she doesn't have you change the seam allowance, like where some of them have you get bigger at the as you go further in. She does not. You still stay with the same seam allowance. So but anyways, I'm changing my tutorials a little bit when I do an actual tutorial. It's going to start here in December. I'm working on one right now. And I'm doing like the most common things in a bag. A zipper pocket, a slip pocket. That stuff will not be included in my tutorials anymore. Most bag makers watch it to figure out how to do the exterior of the bag. And that's what I'm going to focus on in my tutorials. It'll shorten my tutorials because I know they go long. I mean, I'll be the first to tell you. They're ridiculously long. Just like my lives. But I didn't fold this down. But anyway, I'm going to make like separate little lessons, and that way, in case it's a new bag maker and they need to know that information, they can always go to the little extra lesson type of tutorials that I'm going to do separate. I think that will work out well. That way you're not watching me do all that extra stuff. If you are a seasoned bag maker, because I mean most seasoned bag makers can do a slip pocket, zipper pocket, zipper panel, you know what I'm saying, handles. Those will all be separates. And what I'll do in my tutorials is, and it's going to be like different ways to do things, like a welt pocket, a welt zipper, you know, any of that stuff will be separate. And I'll just tell you which ones that's in that bag. The only time I'll do something is if the lining is inside, if the pocket is something like totally different than we're used to. It's the only time I'll show you in that video if it's totally different, because every now and again a designer will come out with something completely different. So I'm trimming my seam allowances till I get to the top, and then of course I'm going to veer off. You really shouldn't, probably should wait until you get your bottom on, but it's okay. It's fine. You could trim it down and then leave your bottom seam wider to open them up, but it's not going to hurt this. Wait for me to do it this way. All right, let's get this base on. Get your lining. Oh, I didn't mark my centers. I've not been watching. You can be a design and make in a making shop. Yeah, I'm going to be, I keep telling my daughter all these ideas that I have. And she's like, you need to pick one. Why do you got to pick one? She's like her dad. Gotta pick one. You can't pick just one, right? I got to pick everything and do everything. I'm old. I gotta start doing it now. Now I do have all these ideas and of things that I want to do, but it would require full-time attention to do it. And I can't do that right now because I have to work. All right. My center is marked on. Did I mark my centers? My lining is not, centers are not marked. Are you kidding me right now? Oh my gosh. Look at this. Let's do it this way. I did not mark my centers on my lining, but hey, look at this. I'll do it this way. 2 rows with 1 snip. All right. This shouldn't take too long. My computer just went to sleep again. I need to make my name. That didn't work very well. Okay, it's fine. I need to make my name is how to make a bag the longest and hardest way. What word am I trying to say? My name should be my business plan should be how to make the bag the hardest and the longest way. Something like that. Right? Can't use my little metal clips except for what's out here because that's what hit the floor. Fortunately, they're metal, and all I got to, and it's down in like a cubby, got a little hole. And fortunately, I got that handy dandy little magnet tool that Barb told us about. That's just like the best thing ever. I'm telling you what. Best thing ever. Unless it's not magnetic, but you can still use it to scoot things closer to you. I'm being very willy-nilly about my snips. My pocket is making it a little thick. All right. I need to use these clips now. Wait till you see how you do the handle thingies. How you hook to your, or your handle hooks onto, I should say, handle thingies. That's professional sounding. Handle thingies. I don't think that's what she calls it. Where you hook your swivel hooks to. Pretty neat. And also, the bag that I was cutting that I cut completely wrong, I could use it. I could make it. Let me say this. It's not wrong the way I cut it. That's not the wrong part. I wanted a feature. I wanted the crock to be feature on my bag. And it's not the way I cut it. And I could use it, but what I had in my head, I can't do it. And it's like you get something in your head that you want it to look a certain way. It's really hard to change. Well, for me, that is. So, I'm going to make lemonade with the lemon that I cut. And I'm going to use that, what I cut wrong, I'm going to design a bag with it. Not the same, obviously, but I'm going to flip it around and make a bag out of what I did wrong. Who knows? It could be the first one, or it could be the one that's been in my head for over a year. We'll see. Because what I can say, what I've been in my head for the last year, it's not a bag. It's more of try not to give it away. It's more to hold books, let's just say. Not necessarily book, but I can't say. All right, get to my curves here, so I got to be careful. Go slow. Make sure it doesn't slip too much. The lining, if it slips a little bit, it's not going to hurt with the lining because it's going to be inside the bag, and you don't notice that kind of stuff as much when it's inside your bag. But you still don't want to be sloppy. This is a little harder because I'm where my slip pocket is, and because my slip pocket is made out of such thick material, it's hard. It doesn't want to lay as well. There we go. I've made slip pockets out of cork too. Whatever I can find that I like to match. But Quilt the Cactus Design Shop, maybe? Or Quilt the Cactus Shop Design. Maybe we just add it on. Maybe, whoa, whoa, whoa. Maybe I should play with it a little bit. That's a good idea, Lindiana. I might work it in somehow. Can you believe this, guys? We're almost done. And I still need to finish cutting it bag tonight. I've got to get that tester bag done. I mean, I don't have to get it done like this week, but I'd like to get it done this week because I'm going to be doing a tutorial on that tester bag. So I'm going to make the one and then make another one when I do the tutorial on. So, but I'm not doing any shows until February. So there we go, guys. Bloop. And I think once we do this, fold it down, trim my edges, and then we do, okay, then we do the fold down part at the front. Okay, so let me trim my edges down here at the bottom. Or trim my edges, trim my seam allowance down. And then we do the little thing for the O-rings. Don't forget to give me a thumbs up, by the way, if you have not yet. I'd appreciate that thumbs up. And if you're not a subscriber, I would greatly appreciate. I made it to 1,000 finally with the help of my friends and family. I made it to 1,000. And so now if I get my watch hours up, I might be considered to make a couple of bucks off of this. And if I could do that, that would help me out a great deal. All right. So now I'm going to grab my exterior. Now we're grabbing the exterior bag here. And then you are going to, I need to turn this right side out. We've not turned this right side out. We don't know what it looks like yet. Ooh. Let's see. Look at that big base. Here we go. Boom, 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 boom. So, note to self, if you use the Timeless Tones, you do not need to put any woven interfacing on it for this bag. This bag, I think it'll still slouch, but it won't have the slouchy that I like, which is fine. I still like the bag. Obviously, I love the bag. And I love, look at that. I didn't get all my pieces of thread out. Oh my gosh. Look at that. It'll still have a slouch. Look at that. Oh, that's beautiful. That's the front. That's so pretty. All right, now we got a measurement to go down on this little sides here. Okay, you make a measurement down. So let me get that done. Open my seams. Get my ruler. Remember where it's at. I'm going to measure down what she tells you. I'm going to make a line. And guess where my lousy little gray marking pen is at? It's in the floor too, just like everything else. But you're not going to see this, so I'm going to make a line here. It won't be seen. So I've got my line, like she's got it, but I've got it with my seams open. These aren't staying open. Let me put a clip here on the end. Hold it open. So I've got my line there. And I'm going to do the exact same thing on the other side. Oh, you know why it's not opening? I got to take the backing off my double-sided tape. That helps a whole lot. Ooh, that's thick there. Is this supposed to be that thick? I guess it is. So your seams like that. So you've got your there, and then you got this. So that's that's going to hold that strap. Okay. Let me do the same thing here. Let me get this open, my seams open. So be wary of that. There's going to be some thickness here at the top. All right, I'm going to make my line real quick. Okay, get this out of the way. So now we're going to insert our lining. So you're making the mark. You've got your seams open. That's coming up. All right. Get your lining. Make sure you're facing it in the right direction. This is the front of my bag right here. This is my front. I'm going to take my lining, drop it in. I've got my front, my slip pocket to the front of my bag. So I'm going to get that in there. All right. Now, we're going to pull the lining up. Let's see, I'm reading here. Give me 1 second. Okay. I'm going to throw a base of double-sided tape underneath. I'm putting double-sided tape underneath that line I drew. And then what that's going to do is that's going to hold my lining, because that lining is where you're going to line up your lining to that line that you drew. So let me throw some double-sided tape there, and that'll just hold it until we get the finished look going here. All right. Well. All right. So I'm going to take this. I'm going to line it right up there. Make sure your seams are open on that. Take that off, and then you're going to line this up to, take this top of that and go line it right up there, matching everything up. Let me show if I can show you. So there's my lining. This is my lining, and I'm lining it, pushing it up right to that line like that. I'm going to throw a clip there to hold it. I'm going to go to the other side and do the exact same thing. Open it up. Make sure your seams are open. Let me get that backing off this tape. Probably should have made this bag first and then done the video, right? Oh my goodness. All right. Line that up. I'm reading real quick. Okay, remove the backing from the double-sided tape. Begin by aligning the top trim lining connector area with the drawn line. Stick down the double-sided tape. Repeat for the opposite. Align the edges. And then you're going to fold it down. So it's going to be raw edged on the inside of your bag. Ah, okay. And you're going to fold it down to that. Right? I think. And then you're going to fold this down. My clippy just broke. I think that's what you do. You fold it to that. You do rivets. I'm sorry, I'm reading. Ah, okay. So you're going to put it, like I said, you're going to put it where that line is. And then what you're going to do, let me just show you this real fast. What you're going to do is you're going to take this edge here, line it, take it down. And you're going to fold this down just so far down. And then how you finish this edge is you can put the, you can finish it off with one of these like we did at the end of our strap to give it a finished edge, or you could just leave it. I mean, that's completely up to you. I mean, you get that nice clean edge if you do that, because these come 4 to a pack. So you can always do it that way. So we're going to get this, and we're going to go ahead and line up our edges. So because we're getting ready, and we're going to sew it shut now. We're going to attach our lining to our bag. like that. I'm sorry, I was sitting here reading that and I was trying to make sure I understood it, especially since I messed up earlier. I'm really weary of myself now. I appreciate everybody who's still with me. I mean, I know I'm down to a minimum and I've gone way, way too long, so I get that. Trust me. Trust me, trust me. I keep thinking I'm going to pick something easy and quick when I do my lives, and I always end up going too long. So I need to figure this. I need my next one's going to be something. I mean, honest to goodness, my next one's going to be real easy. I promise. I promise. All right, let's get this sewn on. I can't use the metal clips on that. All right, get my stitch length bigger. I think, yes, I can sew this like that. That'll work. I'm just going to go all the way around, up and down around. I'm going to start on the back. I'm on top stitch. I know people don't like that. I don't want to, but I'm stop stitching, back stitching. I could pick a very inconspicuous spot, but that is a big bag, Kathleen. Now it's supposed to slouch. It would slouch more if I had not put the 101 in there. And I did that on my own, and I shouldn't have. Because she does tell you not to interface. That was my bad. And I'll show you here when I get done. I'll make it slouch. I might hit the camera, so I'm sorry if I do. Whoops. Sorry about that. Boom. There we go. You just go all the way up to the top. Go back over. You're just going to go all the way around. One fluid, solid stitching. Oops. I think I need to go. Yeah, I need to go one more stitch. Fix this. This wants to peek through a little bit. My lining isn't lining up. There we go. So, use a lightweight material. Now, like I said, in her photos, one of her bags in her photos is using the Mora faux leather, which is a great vinyl to use. It's got a good slouch or a good softness. I would use that. You can get that if you don't want to order from Canada. My Handmade Space, she sells Mora. She sells a lot of Emmeline's faux. So check my Handmade Space out. Kasaya did a Sewing in the States at her shop. She's in Maine. She's just outside of Boston. I still have some, so I'm okay with that. I don't need any right now, but I need to go back a little bit. There we go. I just like the fact that it's wide enough I can sew my top stitching like this. Just be careful, don't get crazy like I am. I'm getting a little crazy here. It's not, oh, my lining's starting to pop up. Hold on. Give me a quick second here. My lining's popping up out of the way, getting in the way. We don't want that to peek up. Okay. Clean up my threads here. I'm going to probably have to hit it with a little... She's in the laundry room, Cassie. Okay. There we go. So, but see, now, this is, it is huge, but see, the idea of it, it's supposed to slouch like that. That's the idea of the bag. But I should have put, shouldn't have put that interfacing in. But like I said, I can make it slouch. So that's the idea of the bag, like that. All right. So to do your O-rings, then we're going to do this real quick, and I'm probably going to do the riveting part off camera, but then you're going to just take your piece. She gives you the measurements, how far to fold it down. I'm just going to, like I said, I'm just going to clip it. Where's my ruler at? I don't know why I keep looking in the other direction. So she gives you a measurement on where you're supposed to fold it down to. Like that. Let me get my O-ring. Put your O-ring on, fold it down like that, and then you're going to put 2 rivets. When you fold it down, you're going to put 2 rivets in here. So you'll have the 2 rivets there holding this holding the O-ring in like that. But we're not going to do that right now because we've gone way over. Way over. Not just a plain, just not one. We did 2. So you do it that way. Let me get my other O-ring. I have. Well, I messed up. Right after you came downstairs, I messed up. I mean, no surprise there, right? I'm almost done. Whew. Oh, let me put, please don't hit the floor. All right. And then when I get done with this, I will post a picture of this on my Facebook group. So if you're not following my Facebook group, go ahead and follow it because I will take pictures of it. Again, this should be more slouchy than it is. Let me get my zipper pull on, and then we'll zip it up. I'll make it slouch again, and then we'll show you what it looks like. But you can get a lot of goodies in here. I'm not gonna lie. All right, we'll zip it up later. All right, so there's that. I just had the handle in my hand. It's on there. All right, let's turn it the right way. So here's you got that, and then you just hit the slouch like that. Not cool. That's a neat bag. All right. Oh, that's true, Lindy. And let me raise this camera up a little bit. And let me stand up so you can see. Just don't look at my pink fuzzy pants. I got pink fuzzy pants on. Nice warm pants. So, again, I mean, like I said, it goes to slouch, and then you just put it on like that, and you got a nice big slouchy bag. So anyways, there it is. the Simplistic Slouch shoulder bag. It's got your pockets, your side pockets there. I'll put this in here just to give you a visual. You can use regular zippers. You don't have to do these little tassels. Well, I just was wanting to put it in there real quick just to show you real quick. But we're not going to real quick it. So you got the side pockets here, which is really cool. Like that. Nice big pockets. 2 of them. And then you got your back pocket. To me, it's a great cell phone pocket. And then you got your interior. I haven't got it flattened out yet. Beautiful. There you go. So, go get your pattern. It's a really, really cool bag. And again, don't do what I did. Don't put the 101. Do not interface at all. And that will give you the more slouchy look that's intended to do. So go get your pattern. Sorry I didn't get it 100% finished, but I love it. It is adorable. I'm going to make another one. But I'll put, when I get it totally done, I will post this on Facebook, and you can see the full picture of what it looks like with all the bells and whistles and tassels. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much for sticking with me, those that you stuck with me. Let me raise this up some more so I can see. Sorry. I appreciate it. And Kathleen, I'll get right back to you as soon as we get done here. I did get your email. So, thank you so much, guys. Appreciate it. Give me a thumbs up. If you're not a subscriber, I would appreciate you becoming a subscriber. Everyone, have a great afternoon, and I appreciate you. Bye.